Hey, Florida Realtors, Marcus Lemonis here. I am excited to deliver the keynote at your 2025 convention on August 25th. We're going to dive into how people, process, and product drive business success. Now, I can't wait to share insights and strategies that are going to inspire you. Now, you know you need to come prepared and ready to learn and ready to grow.
And this is like, wow, once you experience it, you'll see what I mean.
Hey, Florida Realtors, Marcus Lemonis here. I am excited to deliver the keynote at your 2025 convention on August 25th. We're going to dive into how people, process, and product drive business success. Now, I can't wait to share insights and strategies that are going to inspire you. Now, you know you need to come prepared and ready to learn and ready to grow.
And this is like, wow, once you experience it, you'll see what I mean.
Hey, Florida Realtors, Marcus Lemonis here. I am excited to deliver the keynote at your 2025 convention on August 25th. We're going to dive into how people, process, and product drive business success. Now, I can't wait to share insights and strategies that are going to inspire you. Now, you know you need to come prepared and ready to learn and ready to grow.
And this is like, wow, once you experience it, you'll see what I mean.
Hey, Florida Realtors, Marcus Lemonis here. I am excited to deliver the keynote at your 2025 convention on August 25th. We're going to dive into how people, process, and product drive business success. Now, I can't wait to share insights and strategies that are going to inspire you. Now, you know you need to come prepared and ready to learn and ready to grow.
And this is like, wow, once you experience it, you'll see what I mean.
Stronger than you'll ever know. Keep on fighting cause you're almost there. I know you feel it but you're not alone. No. Count on me, I'll always be here. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry, it's alright. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry tonight.
Oh, I get there. It's Hi, I'm Tracy Velt. I am a contributing editor of Florida Realtor Magazine and also the host of Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast. Today, I have Jonathan Lickstein. He's the COO of Location Real Estate, and we're talking all things AI. So welcome, Jonathan. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Tracy. It's fun to have this convo on a Monday morning. Here we go.
That's right, bright and early. So let's talk a little bit about workflow and what you're seeing, how it's changing, AI is changing the day-to-day workflow for agents.
So you have agents at all different levels. Some of them will start off and are a little fearful or hesitant to jump in and leverage some artificial intelligence. And then there's some doing some really basic tasks like the age-old listing description. It's funny how it's age-old at this point. It's become so commonplace. Creating social media content, those avenues. But really, there's so many better, higher leveraged ways that very few agents are even touching. Did you know that you can use a ChatGPT or a different language model to help coach you in conversations? You used to have to work through a real estate coach or a real estate broker, but now you can say, I'm going into a listing presentation, here's the address, here's the type of person I'm going to meet with, help me prepare for my pitch and getting over some objections to get through that. It helps us get better. It's a new avenue of resources that we just didn't have access to before. So that changes your daily workflow and getting hyped up and ready to go.
Yeah, and it learns as you go, right? So it learns how you're speaking and how you can answer and things like that as well. So it only gets better with time.
It gets better and better.
Yeah.
So many of these integrations and apps that you can plug into your workflow, they just get better over time as it learns your tonality, your workflow, what you're missing to fill in the gaps that you need.
Yeah, absolutely. So what are some quick wins that you've seen agents do with AI in your brokerage?
I have to say the nurturing is a really big opportunity. And it's, again, once you've started using ChatGPT for some of the basic features and functions to make your workflow easier, then you can be more comfortable to get to the next level. And they've released the ability for you to build AI agents, the ability to nurture people by text message, web chat, or even answer your phone calls and qualify them to get an appointment on your calendar. Really helps you talk to more people in less amount of time.
And so on the brokerage level, I know you are real ahead of the curve with some of the AI that you're working on, some of the products. Talk to me about what you're doing specifically for agents.
Scalability and getting things set for agents in a faster manner. So we've now incorporated an AI compliance tool. It's now fully functioning, where a document comes into the transaction management, and within 5 minutes, it's been reviewed, I's dotted, T's crossed, initials all in the right places, and extracts and reads the information to populate the transaction management system. Buyer name, seller name, sales price, escrow amount, loan, all those individual terms. So it's helping streamline the agent's workflow, take their time down in working on the computer, and get them back in front of a human being. And also, obviously, if the form doesn't comply, to go back and get that done so they get paid and everything is protected along the way.
So how have you seen that work? I mean, did you have to work out some kinks before you implemented that, or?
There are a lot of kinks. This is a couple of years in the works.
Yeah.
And we worked through some third-party companies. We did some internal programming as well. But ultimately, you're just looking to improve the user experience and save the agent time. We all say time is money, but if we can save you 10 minutes, 30 minutes a day, multiplied over the year, you're really going to be able to get in front of more people and have more conversations.
Yeah. I know some companies are implementing digital twins of their C-suite. Are you looking into that at all, or?
I have done it.
Yeah.
There is a video twin and a voice twin of myself.
Okay.
And we use it in the recruiting efforts. But what I'm looking to do is be able to create more media faster in a faster period of time. We have a podcast as well.
Yes.
It is extremely time consuming, and I believe you know that as well.
Yes.
So the ability to take that AI twin, feed it a script and some information, and let it produce and record that podcast, cleaner audio, faster production, quicker speed to market, there's a lot of benefits to it.
Yeah, absolutely. So how are you helping agents write better prompts? Because the prompt is really where it all starts, and it's how you get the best possible answer to your questions through ChatGPT.
Completely agree. My normal prompt is about 4 paragraphs long, but you can simplify that.
Yeah.
If you satisfy 4 factors, and this is exactly how I coach my agents, 4 factors, you will get a better result. You're asking better questions. Who, what, how, and then what am I missing?
Yeah.
So who do I want you to be, ChatGPT? What do I want you to accomplish? And how do I want you to return that information?
Yeah.
And last but not least, ask me any clarifying questions so you're not filling in the gaps until you have nothing left that you need. Then run my prompt.
Yeah, and one of the things I found really useful for me is I do surveys and some research for HousingWire, and we've taken those responses to the surveys and I run them through with specific prompts asking for like top takeaways, and that you can't trust it to completely give you the most accurate information, but it really helps you kind of spot those things, and I feel like agents can really use that with a lot of different information they're trying to put together into listing presentations or marketing or negotiating, whatever it is.
It's all brainstorming.
Yeah.
You know, it's not going to do anything that you would not be able to do on your own.
Yeah.
But it will save you time and push you down the right pathway. Don't let it write every speech, every blog, everything you're doing, but let it get you started and then go through and make it your own personalized piece. I do the exact same thing with surveys.
Yeah.
But instead of just bring back and analyze, tell me where I have 10 opportunities to improve or grow or accomplish something bigger. And not all 10 are going to be great.
Yeah.
But if you get one that sparks a train of thought, you will really benefit from that.
Yeah, business plans, marketing plans, all of that can be done for sure. So what are some risks and how can agents make their content feel more personal?
Data security is always one. If you are using the paid version, get into your settings and your data and your privacy stuff to ensure that if you are intending to share your information with the language model to improve it, that you have that on.
Yeah.
But understand that anything you put in there is being shared with the language model and can be taken and used. So if you're putting anything personal, anything private, anything about your clients, turn off that security feature and make sure you're operating in a closed ecosystem. That's a very, very important factor in this.
Yeah, absolutely. I know people who have made that mistake before, and it's like a temporary chat.
You can do a temporary chat as like a one-time, but you normally share.
Okay.
But go into your profile settings. There's a security tab. Inside there, it says make model better. If you're making the model better, you're sharing all your data up into their server. If you turn that off, you're operating inside of a closed ecosystem. It still remembers your history of chats. That's the difference between that and the temporary chat.
Yeah.
But it won't send it up to the greater model.
Oh, that's good to know. See, I learned something new today. So thank you. So let's talk about disclosure laws. I'm sure they're coming. What are some concerns of yours with that? Or, talk to me what you're hearing out there and what's going on.
There's going to be a point where if you take something letter for letter out of an AI language model and you utilize it, that you'll have to disclose that. You will have to tell the public. But if you take it out of a language model and you modify it significantly, you make it your own, that's the human touch. And I don't think that will ever require to be disclosed how you're getting to that point, as long as you bring that human element into it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as a journalist, I, strongly disagree with people writing every article with just using AI, but it can be really useful in kind of figuring out those ideas that you want to pull out. And we were doing some press releases at one point through AI and disclosing it, and then we stopped really doing that. But I think disclosure is the most important part from my personal perspective, especially when you're talking about a magazine or a news site, right?
If you're talking about application, right, you do the work and you want it to take effect, the most effective method. If you just take the AI portion that was written by ChatGPT and publish that out, the systems and the search portals, they know
Yeah.
what is there and that it is driven by AI. You have to tweak it and make it your own personal aspect or your own personal version of it in order for it to index and actually have any benefit for you.
Yeah.
So you saved a bunch of time, but you kind of cut yourself off
Right.
the knees if you don't make it your own.
Yeah.
Let it start you off, but you finish it on your own. It's not
Yeah.
how you start, it's how you finish.
Yeah, I find it really good for creative ideas. If you're looking for a creative headline or you're looking for a creative way to describe a property, something like that, it could be really useful for sure.
I like using it to identify the target client to buy a listing.
Yeah.
If you have a property for sale, throw that in there, the description, a little bit about the community or describe the community and say, who would my target buyer be? And then how do I reach those target buyers other than just online advertising?
Yes, with fair housing in mind.
Of course.
Definitely. So what do you think are some AI skills that every agent needs to have right away?
Prompting is huge. You touched on that for a moment. Just understand the structure of a prompt. Do not be the person who goes in and just Googles on ChatGPT.
Yeah.
It is not an answer, question and answer back and forth. This is not Siri or Alexa or your Amazon Echo. The structure of a prompt will determine the success of the result that comes back out to you. I go back to that who, what, and how.
Yeah.
Even if you don't ask that final question, as it can complicate things, who, what, and how. Who do I want you to be? What do I want you to do? And how would I like to receive that information back from you?
Yeah, I've heard that AI doesn't crawl websites really well for information like a Google would.
It actually does.
It does,
It
okay.
does really well. If
Yeah.
you go into as long as you have the paid version, the free version is historic information, it's not live.
Okay.
The paid version allows you to integrate a Bing search GPT. So all of your chats, all of your queries are live searching the internet, and it brings back the information now with links to the source of that data. So you can really fact check and double verify everything that it's being said.
Okay.
It's just gotten so intelligent, and we're barely scratching the surface.
Yeah, that's interesting because I heard the opposite. And then let's kind of debunk the myth, because when it first came out, it was limited to, I can't remember the years, but several years ago.
Yeah,
Is it up to date now?
It's not up to date. We're still about 2
Okay.
years behind.
Okay.
So if you're using the free version, you're definitely operating with your one hand tied behind your back.
Yeah.
It is the best $20 that you can spend in your business to make yourself more efficient and get the most up-to-date data, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. So are you offering AI training to your agents at location?
Constantly. It is a ever-changing profession. It is an ever-changing specialization if you're going to leverage it for your business. So we do it constantly. Our association does it, our brokerage does it, and just leveraging that at every avenue. It's like a never-ending process to stay up to date with it.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask that because I know that when we talked last, you said you were loading everything from all of your training sessions, all of your videos, everything into training, but how do you keep it up to date? Like, how do you know what to get rid of and what to keep, and how frequently do you have to do that?
Huge challenge, and I have not gone live with that portion yet because
Okay.
of these struggles.
Yeah.
So we've built a 12 million word database of historic trainings and articles, and we've even downloaded manuals from real estate coaches online, creating this knowledge database so you could live chat and interact with a version of your broker who probably knows more than your broker actually does, including myself. So how do you keep that up to date? It is a lot of work.
Yeah.
And literally any change, because you have trainings in there on the Realtors forums from Florida Realtors.
Yeah.
Any change to those forums, you have to go back and scrub.
Yeah.
It's categorization is how we've done it. And knock on wood, I think so far it's gone pretty well.
Yeah.
But we had been building this for about a year and a half before August 2024.
Yeah.
So we had to go back and literally reread the entire piece, and that's when we restructured.
Yeah.
So think about your organizational structure, knowing you're going to have to change it ahead of time down the road. Before you just throw it all into this amalgamation of content and knowledge, because it's going to get hard to keep accurate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, things change so fast. Obviously, with the settlement, forms are changing constantly based on legislative sessions and things like that. Plus, you've got just even buyers versus sellers markets. You want to be doing the same thing during both, right? But
Right.
not everybody does. So you're looking at like how to get listings more so, in one market versus the other. So all of that information just needs to be updated constantly.
A lot of those are very similar regardless of market conditions. What really has to be updated are the forms, the legalities, any legislative changes, but the tools to secure listings, the tools to work with buyers, those are evergreen kind of material. You may tweak them little by little with different pieces, but you can always add that and tell the knowledge base, use this and override anything that contradicts with it predating me.
Okay.
So you can have rules and parameters, if this, then that. That keeps it really clean. But the forums, to make sure you don't get yourself into a legal pitfall, you really have to stay on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about the biggest mistake you see agents making when they're using these AI tools.
Not removing the automatic pieces that ChatGPT puts out where you know it's an AI that wrote it. The long dashes, the emails that start with, I hope this email finds you well, the clear indications, you lose all authenticity. Don't let AI drive how you communicate with people. Let it drive you being more productive and more efficient. So let it draft it, but then make it your own. If you just take what's there, you are going to lose that connection with your consumers. I love to say this quote, so I'm going to plug it really quickly. Don't be worried about AI replacing you, but if you're not leveraging AI, worry about an agent who is replacing you. That's what's going to happen. Someone who can bridge that technology component with the human element. The machine will not replace you. The combination is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, the one that I get in contributed copy all the time is in this ever-changing real estate industry, or it's always some kind of version of that in the very first sentence, and I immediately know it's AI.
It's a dead giveaway. Funny story, one of my staff members always wrote his emails with, I hope this finds you well. And then AI started coming in and using that, so now he's the Mr. AI guy, even though he was actually doing it as a human.
Yeah, I love a good M-dash, and I don't use them anymore because everybody thinks it's AI.
Correct.
You know, so you have to use them sparingly at this point.
It's funny how it changes the way we think and the way we perceive other people writing as well. Not just how we're worried about portraying ourselves, but how we perceive others.
Yeah. So there's a lot of talk about, we talked about this a little bit, but AI replacing parts of what the agent does and making the agent less valuable. To me, it makes the agent more valuable, but why don't you tell me your opinion on that?
I completely agree. It's going to be more valuable. With a caveat. Obviously, if the agent is simply just passing that on and they're on the beach or sitting somewhere else, this is affording you to have more conversations and build stronger relationships, not to replace the work that you do. You cannot take the human element out of the real estate profession. Just not possible for you to be long-term successful. So where do I see that being most advantageous, or where it benefits an agent, right? Again, it's freeing up the time. If you can have AI following up with an online lead or touching base with your cold database, you can be out showing properties, hosting open houses, being more front-facing for business-generating activities rather than doing the paperwork, the mundane tasks, the automatic follow-up behind the scenes. It allows you to be two places at the same time.
Yeah, it's all about efficiency, although not everybody agrees with that, but I do. Well, I'm going to end on this. Your favorite AI tool, and it can't be ChatGPT.
It won't. It won't. I've got a few right now. So my favorite, if I had to narrow it down, I do a lot of speaking, and we do a lot of classes. So I'm going to say Gamma.
Okay.
Gamma has saved me hours and hours of time, and it's gamma.app, gamma.app, and it's a presentation creator. I create a prompt in ChatGPT, bring that over, drop it into Gamma, and it creates incredible presentations and slideshows in under 60 seconds. And then you can edit it directly in there instead of taking it to Canva. It saved me days of my life.
Well, I have to look into that one too. So, Jonathan, thanks so much for sharing all your knowledge with us today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me, Tracy.
Thanks.
Oh, you're still on. Thank you.
I guess I need to say something at the end, like
close
stay
out
tuned for the next one.
Yeah. Next.
Check 1, 2. Audio check.
Do you have headphones to monitor that?
Chris, how long did I go?
You were pretty close. You were about 4 minutes short.
Okay.
Because we're 10:22 now. So
Okay. Yeah, because I never heard you say.
I gave you 10 minutes.
I think you did, but it wasn't clear. Like, and then there was some beeping on it.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened.
I don't know. Somebody mashed their button in a weird way.
Yeah. So, but I just kind of was winging it at that point.
You were good.
I thought I heard you say 10.
I want to make sure.
Let's see what we can do on that sound. Oh, it really is an issue.
They're working on the audio right now.
Perfect.
And we're making changes here. We're making physical changes for the speakers that are out there. We can't fill this whole room because then we're going to get the mute no matter what. We can't control this whole space.
Sure. I just think something more than what we had because it was really not.
Is there a way? I don't have headphones. Can we check the audio? Do you have like levels pulled up on the? So make sure we're good. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
So if you want to adjust your input a little bit on the camera so that your microphone is. Yeah,
I guess that would be the. Maybe take a little higher. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, a little more sensitive. There we go. All right.
So I gotta put it
You
closer.
can't do this.
Got it.
You got to be like this, and when you're talking to somebody, you got to be like this.
Good to know.
It feels weird because you're in somebody's
face, but okay.
The other thing is don't do this.
Because it needs to be in camera. It needs to be in frame. We gotta be in personal space. So if I'm interviewing him, it's like, hey, Chris, so tell me about.
You're a little closer than you would be in normal conversation.
Okay.
So that it works for camera. It feels funny, but it looks great on camera.
Okay.
Good?
All right. And when you tell me, I'll up and down. Yeah, cool.
Perfect.
Audio check for Adrian. It's in the box.
You absolutely need to speak to me. That's your button. No, don't try to hide it. It's okay. I know you're dapper, and I know you want it, but don't try to hide it. Or, no, this. Put it on the tie. Grip the tie. Your button's on the bottom, so try it. Do your thumb.
Is your transmitter on?
It is on. Behind on that, so you guys want to go.
Yep. Sounds good.
Go live.
Where do you want to start first?
So we have all the way up to the flag and all the way up to the courtyard. So you make your pick. That girl in the pink is very snazzy. I don't know.
All right, let's go. Ready?
Yep.
Carlos.
Well, I don't know if he's ready, though.
Okay, gotcha.
You ask him.
All right, guys, if you guys are ready, we're going to go ahead and start identifying people. Copy. Understood. We're going to head down towards Selfie City.
It's true. Makes sense.
Understood. Well, we actually have our first interview candidate right here, so tell us, what is the one thing that brought you to this year's Florida Realtors Conference?
The people. No question about it, it's the people. In fact, the classes are great, the hallway is amazing.
I'm glad you like it. Have you checked out our several cities here?
Headed down to get my battery pack from Stellar because they promised really great swag in the expo, and then I'm going to go to the selfie center.
Excellent. And what's one little golden nugget that you hope to get this year at the annual conference and expo?
It's all about relationships. That's our business. So even though we live in the world of AI, here is about relationships, so we can take it out in our business and grow the business.
That's excellent. That's excellent. Well, thank you so much for stopping and talking to me. We're going to find somebody else.
Excellent. Have a great day.
Come on, let's go and see who else we can find. As you guys know, the Florida Realtors Conference and Expo has a ton of great educational sessions, a lot of amazing expos and vendors that are going to be here. So we're going to see who else we can find and find out what drives them to come to this annual convention year after year. Sorry, can I get back into your time?
Yes, absolutely.
Jack, so you're here from the Emerald Coast Association. So tell us, what is the one of this year's annual conference and expo?
Everything AI.
Everything
yes,
AI.
absolutely. I teach a lot of AI classes over up here in Destin, so that was a big for me. It's interesting too because AI is easy. So when you go in these rooms, everyone wants to know what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the topic of the year, and I hear that time and time again, especially with yesterday's Party Mark here. That was a huge success. If you get a chance to check that out.
Didn't get a chance to check that one out. I was driving yesterday. Yeah.
Totally understand.
I was sitting in traffic during our remark.
Not a problem. Well, hopefully you'll get to catch some other great educational sessions that we have on AI. I know there was one this morning, and I know we have some other great stuff coming up. So anything that you're looking forward to specifically on the educational track?
Ooh, you got me. All regulations, all the new regulations and policies that are coming out, I think that's very important for realtors to stay up to date on.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Well, Jeff, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today.
Appreciate it.
Hope you enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hi.
First time attendees and get their take on what drove them to come to this year's conference. He was very dapper, so let's get his opinion here. So is this your first time coming to the Florida Realtors Conference next one?
No, actually, I'm staff.
You are staff?
Yes.
Well, what's one thing that you would entice members, of course, to look for in this year's conference? Maybe some little golden nuggets that you guys have laid out for us.
Well, as a young player staff, I encourage them to go to the Rich Party Town Halls, like having fun, things like that. Opportunities to become, major investors at the Jamboree as well.
Absolutely, that's always a great event. Make sure that you open up your wallet and spend freely because we need to fund our RPAC contributions. So thank you so much for speaking here. Let's see who else we have. We have a lot of people. We have a lot of people coming out of the education sessions now. So let's see if we can grab somebody and find out what they liked about it. Can I get 2 seconds of your time? That was great. That was great. Well, let me ask you a question. Did you get a chance to check out any of the education sessions yet?
Actually, no. I just got here, so I'm making it there.
Excellent. Well, is there one thing that you hope to get from this year's annual conference?
Of course, knowledge is power.
Absolutely. Is there any track, any specific class that really excited you this year?
Yeah, I thought that's something that, generally speaking, I want what I felt like. I didn't want that to take away my knowledge.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, AI is definitely a hot topic. We've heard it. We've had it several people have talked about that being really what they're looking to get. Is there a specific program in AI, whether it's ChatGPT, whether it's anything else?
I think that's so familiar, but it's something
We're only reading. We're only picking up the camera mic. Is this on?
Yeah, look, it's on.
We're only picking up this mic. We're not picking up this for consumers.
Yeah.
I didn't touch it, so I'm not sure if it's. You're on mute?
Now it's on mute.
Let's take it back. It's not on mute or anything. We'll head back to you right now.
Yeah, he says it's connected. That's why I'm confused. And we checked the levels over there. That's why I'm confused now.
I wonder if you can only do one or the other, maybe?
Maybe.
Is this connected to you?
Yeah.
So maybe you can only do one or the other. We're only picking up that.
Or maybe I can turn off the. Let me see.
Turn off the internal mic, then this might pick up then.
Yeah. Should I turn off the audio recording?
Okay. All right. Ready, guys? Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Excellent. All right, so I am here with Amanda and Ashley, obviously from the Ocala-Marion County Association. So tell us, what is the one thing that drove you to attend this year's annual conference and expo?
Well, everything is changing, so we need to be on top of it. We need to know the latest and greatest of AI and negotiation and all of the changes in our real estate industry right now.
Excellent. Ashley, did you have anything to add to that, or?
I think AI is why I came, just so I can incorporate it more with my business.
Excellent. And is there any particular golden nugget that you hope to get?
How to sell these houses faster.
Isn't that the truth? And how about you, Ashley? Is there a particular class, aside from AI, right, because that seems to be the trending topic, but is there a specific class that you saw on the educational roster that really has you excited?
Yoga this morning.
You always have to get common and peace, right? Well, thank you, ladies, so much for taking a minute to speak with me. I really appreciate it, and hope you have a great conference and expo.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, so let's see who else we can find and see if we can pick some brains here. Hey, Holly, come talk to me for a second here. So tell us, what got you so excited to come to this year's conference and expo?
Well, I mean, I think it's a great time. We have a great team. So it's always fun to get some wind in your sails and to come and see what everybody else is doing.
Absolutely. And is there any type of class or any type of golden nugget that you hope to take from this year's conference?
Please hold. Don't record. What is my golden piece of nugget?
Is there a piece of, a class or anything that you hope to earn?
Yeah. I mean, I just feel like it's super important for us to stay on top of apps and different things. So for us, AI is a big thing that we're utilizing now in our industry. So super excited to see kind of what the cutting edge is and to make our lives better and easier and, help homeowners across the state.
Excellent. Well, I am super excited for this conference and expo, and I hope you guys get a lot out of it this year.
Yes, me too.
Thank you so much. Thanks for stopping and speaking with us. You good?
Hey, Chris, go ahead. Sorry, it was difficult to hear you with the...
He wants you to be closer to me.
Oh,
Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll head out this way and see who else we can find that we can get some information from. Heard. Will do. I'll make sure to accomplish that in the next one here when I get the next person. So as you guys know, my name is Carlos Melendez. I have the honor to be the 2025 Convention Committee Chair, and we're here in the hallways of our expo and conference. And we're going to see if we can find some amazing first-time attendees, maybe some of our members that have regularly come to the conference, and just find out what drives them to come year after year, or maybe what drove them to come this year to the annual conference and expo, and what they hope to gain out of it. So let's see if we can identify some of our members that want to speak to us, and let's see if we can get some great information out of them. So come join me. I hope you guys are enjoying so far the live stream. We have a lot of great stuff coming your way, and hopefully some great information from some of these new first-time attendees. So let's see, Kyla right here looks like she is really in her phone trying to find a great expo or maybe a great class. What brought you here to the expo this year, Kyla?
Well, I just got started in real estate. I work with Coastal Realty Pros, and I was just at Inman a few months ago. So just really want to network and learn more about the industry and see what else is out there and some more ideas.
That's amazing. Now, Kyla, obviously it's your first time here. What is so far your first expression of the actual conference so far? Is there something that's really drawn to you? Is there a class maybe that you really can't wait to see? Or is there a topic that is really brought your attention?
I don't know. There's a lot of, classes I do want to go to, but they're all at the same time as other classes. We just went to one that's about YouTube and AI. I learned a lot. I didn't know 3-hour long form videos are really catching on and receiving a lot of views. But yeah, I'm really interested in a lot of marketing and AI and.
Awesome. And so obviously you talked about the 3-hour class. Was there any other takeaway from there that was just an aha moment?
Well, I got there a little late, but yeah, I learned a lot. I forgot the speaker's name, but he was talking about how he bought YouTube channels, and one he bought Formula One, and for one video it was 3 hours long, and he had 3 million views, and it only took like $550 to make. So it's really interesting how, all the resources you have doesn't take a lot and you can really reach a lot of people.
Well, that's super interesting, and I'm so happy you're able to get those golden nuggets out of that class. Well, I know that we do have a lot of great stuff happening, so hopefully it'll be a great convention, and we'll see you again next year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day. Well, guys, as you can see, we have a lot of people coming to the conference and expo this year, a lot of first-time attendees, a lot of veterans. So we're going to continue our interviews here on the street and see who else we can find. Let's see here. We'll head on over here into the corridor. We got some classes coming out and see if we can get some people right here as they're coming out of the corridor right here. Let's see. All right. All right, who do we have? Ladies, can I get a minute of your time if you don't mind? Come on, you guys.
What are we doing?
Well, actually, my name is Carlos Smith. I'm the convention committee chair, and I just want to find out, is it your first time attending the conferences here, or have you been here before?
So I've actually been here before, but this is my first time actually attending and going to more than just the expo hall. So I'm taking the time to go to the education sessions.
Awesome, and what made that shift? What made you decide that you wanted to obviously expand beyond the expo and really start taking advantage of all the class offerings and educational sessions?
Well, my business has actually been growing quite a bit over the last year, so I'm expanding into commercial as well as residential, and just outside of residential realty, but also listings as well. So property management, just broadening my horizons.
Excellent, and why don't you introduce yourself? Let us know your name, where you're
Absolutely,
from.
my name's Jamie Langford. I'm your hometown realtor here in Central Florida. I specialize in Seminole County, but I'll take them wherever they need to be.
And what's one thing that you hope to get? Obviously, you spoke about a couple things that you're expanding on your business, but if there was one golden nugget that you really hope to get, what would that be? What topic or what skill set?
You know what? In this market, we have to be able to branch out and expand ourselves. So really just keeping an open perspective on different things and adapting to the new market, and making sure that I'm getting a lot of information regarding new construction. My husband and I actually own a construction business as well. So our niche has been vacant land as well as custom home building.
Well, that's amazing, Jamie. Well, thank you so much for giving me a couple minutes of your time. I hope you have a great conference and expo this year, and we hope to see you again next year.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Excellent. Let's see who else we have. So as you guys can see, we have a lot of great people coming out. We have first-timers, seasoned veterans, and we're going to continue the conversation. We have a lovely group of ladies coming this way, and I know that Lisa definitely wants to talk to me. So, Lisa, my name is Carlos Melendez. I'm the chair of the convention committee. Okay. I see that you're here from the Realtors Association of Lake and Sumter County. So tell me a little about yourself, who you are, what company you're with, and what brought you to our annual conference and expo.
Okay, so my name is Lisa Jones. I'm the Director of Training and Development with ERA Grizzard up in Lake County. We have 7 offices. I've been a realtor since 2006, and I've been coming to this convention probably for at least the past 10 years. So, and I'm here with a team from my office, and I'm here to learn, and just really excited to be here.
Well, that's awesome. So 10 years, a decade of coming to our conference and expo. What do you hope to gain? Well, first of all, what brings you back year after year, and what do you hope to gain from this year's conference and expo?
So I hope to bring back a lot of education nuggets for my team, and I also love the expo. I go in and try to find some new vendors to bring to the team. So that's really what I'm hoping to accomplish while I'm here today and tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Lisa. We appreciate it. I hope you have a great conference and expo. We hope to see you for another 10 years. Excellent. All right, guys. So we're going to go ahead and find one last person that we can interview. More great content, because as you know, we have an action-packed day of streaming live. We have our amazing wall, so if you're not using the Florida Realtor hashtags, make sure that you're using them so that you can be featured on our wall. But we're going to go ahead and find one more interviewee here, and as soon as we do that, we'll cut back to you guys in the studio. So let's see who I have here. Ma'am, I see that you're on your phone looking at some amazing classes. Do you have a second that I can interview?
Sure.
Awesome. Well, Holly, tell us a little bit about who you are, what company you're with, where you're visiting us from Florida, and what brought you to this year's annual conference and expo.
I'm Holly Vandeventer. I live in Ocala, Florida. I'm with the Crystal Snook Real Estate Group, and we come to the Florida Realtors Convention every year to get caught up on the latest forums, documents, tips, and things that we can improve our business and negotiating skills, and, you know, just improve our skill.
And that's excellent, because obviously if we're not improving, right, we're not going to be more successful in our business. Now, if there was one thing that you could say to the realtors watching live right now, whether they be here, you know, maybe somewhere else in the conference center, maybe someone that's watching from home, what advice would you give them to maybe encourage them to come to this year's conference, while they can, or maybe to make sure that they make that effort to come next year?
Well, I find that the most helpful thing to me is just the practical knowledge with the forms and the documents and the law in Florida that, helps you tremendously, not just motivational speaking, but practical knowledge that you can apply to your professional, input when you're advising people on buying and selling.
Absolutely, and there's no better place to get that information than from the source here at Florida Realtors, the voice of real estate, right? So I'm so happy that you came again, Holly, and I hopefully see you again for years to come, and make sure that, we continue to bring our friends from, obviously, Sumter County and from all parts of Florida. So thank you so much, and I hope you have a great expo this year and a great conference.
Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to us. Well, there you have it, guys. I know my time is limited right now. We have a lot of great content, but I know we have a lot of viewers watching from home, watching live, and I want to thank you guys for tuning in and spending just a couple minutes with us, hearing the voices of all our members, what drives them to come to the conference and expo. And we have a lot of great interviews coming up later, so make sure that you stay tuned in throughout the entire day. We have a lot of amazing speakers that are going to be giving us their time on our main stage here at the conference. We're also going to be having a lot of other interviews happening here and a lot of great educational sessions happening. So if you're not yet here at Florida Realtors, I hope you're making your way up here. And if not, make sure that you add this to your calendar for next year, because the fun never stops and the education will always keep rolling here at Florida Realtors. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you for tuning in, and stay live because we will be. Till next time.
are not good enough. Not at the place you're supposed to be. How many times have you given up? Life's not how you imagined it. In the dark, the night is colder. Waiting for the sun to appear. Always looking over your shoulder. On your own, you're facing all your fears. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry, it's alright. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry tonight. Something stronger than you'll ever know. Keep on fighting 'cause you're almost there. I know you feel it, but you're not alone. Oh, count on me, I'll always be here. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry, it's alright. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry tonight.
Welcome to Florida Realtors live stream. I'm your host, Tracy Velt. I'm a contributing editor of Florida Realtor Magazine, and I also host Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast. Today, I'd like to welcome Yulia Vargas. She is a CCIM and commercial real estate broker with Vida Realty Group. Or Vida Group Realty. I'll get that right one of these times. Vida Group Realty in Miami. So welcome.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Thank you for having me here today.
Absolutely. So why don't we start out by you talking a little bit about your team. We're going to be talking all about setting up a commercial team. So tell me a little bit about yours.
So I've been doing commercial for the last 20 years. You know, real estate just happened to me. I didn't make the actual choice. And I was lucky to practice in 5 different states. I practiced in Nevada, in California, in New York, and on both coasts of Florida. And for the longest time, I was a associate broker, and I had my team under the brokerage. So, and recently I just moved it out and enjoying the freedom.
That's wonderful. And so how many people are with you right now?
So, and we're going to talk a little bit about turnover. So the teams vary significantly. I had the smallest team I've had was 3 people, and the largest is 10.
Okay.
So right now I would say the average is about 5-7. So to me, that seemed like a size that I can manage between the global business and everything. So it's beautiful.
So what to you makes a high-performing commercial real estate team? What do you look for in someone you want to hire?
Well, I think that honestly, it's about the person. Person must have the desire to succeed. You know, commercial real estate, it definitely takes devotion. It takes the knowledge. It takes the patience. So you gotta make sure, because the deal cycle is longer than residential, but then the benefit, the bonus, the pleasure that you get at the end, and the loyalty of your clients is completely different. So I love this industry, and I guess that translates, and that's why people get attracted and they come to me for support, for guidance, for training.
And do you find that some of your agents come from residential into commercial and join you? Do you hire people?
That's a lot. I do work a lot with the agents that are transitioning from residential to commercial. And there are niches. I don't know if we get a chance to talk today about it, but there are definitely strategies. We're actually going to have a session on this, so we can discuss this more in depth. There are strategies that allow you to step into the commercial niche easier, transition better.
Why don't you talk 2 of those strategies?
Well, I think that to me, one of the best ways to get into the commercial from the residential, I think it's office condos, well, in Florida market, and retail, I would say. The reason I like these 2 niches is because with office condos, it's just like residential condo. It's very similar, very simple, straight transaction, and obviously we support with contracts, you know, attorneys help. You have the full team. I think that really for an agent to step into the commercial niche, it's all about mindset. It's all about fear, because reality is that your broker is always there with you, your attorney is always there, your commercial lenders are there. So you have already the team around you, you know, and that's something that I think we forget, that it's not only about the small team that, you know, me, the agent, and so on, but it's really about the expanded family. And that's where an AR commercial and CCIM, they also come into play, because when you surround yourself with other professionals, it's so much easier. It's just like an organic transition. And retail, I think, is a good niche to get in as well, because once you learn the language, so you can take certain classes and get into that precise niche. And the reason I like it is because you can start with leasing. So for example, if you do retail leasing, the cash flows are built a little bit differently than a commercial sale transaction. So very often you get 50% at the signing of the lease, and then 15% once the tenant opens. So for residential agents that don't have necessarily the reserves, the massive reserves, that helps a lot.
And do you have like a mentorship program or any specific training that you're doing, especially with residential agents moving over to commercial?
Correct. And, even I work a lot with Miami Association and other organizations, so we do a lot of mentorship. And that's why I think it's important for the agents to also recognize that there is a lot of resources. There is a lot of this mentorship and coaching that some of it is even complimentary. You just have to be devoted to go and to find that.
And if you had an agent, I guess let's talk more specifically about the agents that you have. What have you found smooths the transition? And tell me a little bit about some of your wins. Real estate agents who maybe transferred from residential and are just killing it at commercial.
Well, I remember there was one interesting situation, and that's why I mentioned retail, because I had agents that transferred from the residential, and their argument was that commercial transactions take a long time. And when we do the intake, right, when the agent comes on board, to me, I don't necessarily look at your skill set, because that can be trained.
Yeah.
But it's all about who are you and what you love doing. Because we gotta make sure that we have the right people on the bus, right team on the bus. And sometimes people don't even know themselves very well. So if you're in the right place, then everything kind of falls into place by itself. So one of the situations that I loved is that I allowed the agent just to handle the retail transactions, and I got it on lead generation and things like that. And they come back to me and they say, oh, this takes such a long time to close the transaction, forget it, we're going back to residential. And I say, okay, let's do a challenge. Let's close it in 3 days, or a week. I think we got it in a week. And literally, we got the client, we went out, so I think that's the recipe for success. You gotta clearly identify the needs of the client.
Yeah.
Because very often the client, because you're an expert, yesterday we talked that brokers, realtors and brokers, they're like attorneys and doctors.
Right.
Very often our clients don't necessarily know what they can get in our markets. So it's our job to know what they need, but also to be able to communicate it to them, to educate it. So that's my number one step. So first and foremost, we gotta identify what exactly the client needs and wants. And because once you work the market, that's why I love this, residential to commercial transition. Yeah. You already live in the area. You already know the market by default. So, and you already know, okay, which area we can go, and then it's just the matter of going to the systems and databases identifying. So literally, we took the client, we took it to probably 4 or 5 properties, and the lease was signed within a few days after that.
That's amazing.
And the girls were absolutely shocked. But then you have no excuse.
Right. You got to stay in it.
Yeah. And I think that, as a matter of fact, I would be curious and interested even to do like a challenge, with a group at Florida Realtors or somewhere else, that it is actually doable, it is actually possible. It's just a matter of using and applying the strategy and tools.
And what is your niche in commercial, just so our audience knows?
Well, because I'm based in Miami, I have the broker's license in Miami and New York, so I do the office, retail, multifamily, and mixed use, obviously, because we have a lot of mixed use.
Okay. And so it is, as far as your team, you said it fluctuates because obviously retention and recruiting are both difficult. So tell me, what are some of the things you're doing to retain the agents that you have today? And also, how are you looking at expanding your team at all?
So I think that especially today, we talk so much about AI.
Yes.
And technology and innovation has always been the topic. And it's something that allows us to grow and expand, but it's also something that removes us from each other.
Yeah.
So I think that honestly, the one tool and the only key to retention is trust.
Yeah.
And connection. And it was interesting because in my first probably 10 years in the industry, I was so concerned. I'm like, oh my God, I put so much effort into this agent. I train and train because, you know, even like training itself can take a few months. And then they go and they leave. And then I reevaluate it because it's really that agent, he or she, they take that knowledge and they take that value and then they bring it out to the industry, and then they bring it out to their clients.
Yeah.
So, now at this point, I'm very blessed, to have everything that I have today. And I was guided by my mentors, which is why I'm doing this today, honestly.
Yeah.
And to me, this connection, just being authentic, and really doing something for the benefit of the agent, because then it benefits the industry as a whole.
Yeah.
And then we can serve the clients better.
Yeah. So let's end with your final piece of advice for commercial brokers who are looking to expand their teams. What's your biggest piece of advice for them?
I'm still working on that one myself. I think honestly, and that's literally coming from the heart as we speak, I think time management, because then it's really all about priorities, because there is so much to do, and when you know the industry and you love the industry, you want to grow, and you want, there are so many things I can still do in New York, and other brokers obviously can expand. But really, it's the vision. I would say if I was to do one thing, to identify one thing, is going back to why. Why are you doing it? And connect to your vision.
Yeah.
And then from there, everything is possible.
Yeah, passion, authenticity, it's all about relationships.
Exactly. We're all human at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Whether it's buyers, sellers, tenants, landlords, we're all human. And, and I think for the agents, residential agents, commercial agents, or both groups working together, the most important is to remember that on the other side of the table is sitting a person that has the same interests.
Yeah.
Close the transaction and get, all the parties that are involved, get them accomplish their goals.
Yeah.
So we're all on the same page.
Absolutely. Well, Yulia, thank you so much for joining the Florida Realtors live stream. And for you joining us, we have our next session with Patti Ketcham on how to stay out of trouble with FREC. That will be at 11:30, so hang on all day. We've got some great sessions coming at you.
Thank you so much, Trace.
Thank you.
Welcome back, guys. It's Carlos here, your 2025 convention chair, and I am here in our corridor heading over to our Meals of Hope initiative, one of the many initiatives that we do to give back to our community, because the reality is that realtors care and Florida realtors care even more. So let's go ahead and head on over, see what makes this so special, why we continue to do this Meals of Hope initiative year after year, and what our volunteers have to say. So let's get the interview started. As you can see, guys, the action, it's live here. There's a lot of action going on, a lot of food packing going on. We have a lot of amazing volunteers from all over the state that are here to contribute their time, their efforts to make sure that we help the less fortunate and the communities that we serve. So you know what, I see a gentleman right here with a smile from ear to ear. Sir, can I talk to you really quick for 1 second? Come on. So, as you guys know, realtors are a family. We give back to our community. And I have Mr. Kenny Silverman here. So Kenny, please introduce yourself, where you're from, maybe your company, and tell us what made you so excited to get involved with Meals of Hope this year and why you're volunteering your time rather than sitting in an educational session.
Hello, I'm Kenny Silverman. I'm really excited about doing this. We do this every single year. It's a great way for us realtors to be able to give back. I'm part of the Broward, Palm Beaches, and St. Lucie Realtor Association, and a lot of us are here working as hard as we can to get this done. Thanks, Carlos. I'm back to work.
Thank you, Kenny. I appreciate your time. So as you guys can see, there's a lot of reasons why realtors give back to our communities, a lot of selfless reasons, which is why, again, realtors care so much. We're a family, and of course, our communities are extended families as well of our community. So let's see who else, has maybe some good feedback for us as to why they get involved. Holly, let me talk to you for a second. I see you running around back and forth, supplying the packets. So give us a little about who you are, what company you're with, what part of Florida you're representing, and why this event is so important to you. I've seen you here year after year helping organize it. So let the folks at home that are watching live, of course, know why they should get involved and maybe come and help with this initiative that's so important to us.
Okay, so 5 years ago I was the chair of the Florida YPN, and we kind of felt that there was a void. We needed something charitable to give back and show that realtors are the best people in the communities. We are always willing to give back, so we came up with this idea. This is our 5th year running, and it's incredible. You've seen the turnout. People look so forward to this every year. And the meals all go back to the children of Orlando.
So, that's great, but I'm sure the viewers at home would like to know, last year, you said you've been doing this for quite some time, so on average, what did we pack last year? Do you happen to remember? And what do we hope to pack this year?
So every year our goal is 35,000 meals. We've met and exceeded that every year, so who knows what this year will bring, maybe 40,000.
Wow, that's a great goal, and I see you have a lot of help to accomplish that, and I know our realtor family goes hard at work, and we always hit our goals, so I'm sure you guys are gonna hit it.
We will. We're realtors, right?
Absolutely.
So thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Holly. Get back to work, girl. I know you got a lot to do. As you can see, guys, we have a lot of excitement going on. Everyone is cheering. We have cameras everywhere to make sure that we let people at home know why this is so important. So let's see who else we can ask. You know what? Let's go ahead and get inside here and see if we can, let's see if we can go ahead and see who we can talk to inside of this great event. So I see her dancing here. She's making stuff happen. So let's go ahead and tell us, what is one of the reasons you get involved in this every year?
Giving back to the community, that's what it's all about.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we thank you for your service in that. Look at this, guys, how they're prepping the meals. As you can see, they're measuring everything out because it has to be measured to a certain weight. That's why we have our scales here. You also have your whole section. Give them a close-up. As you can see, we have all our dry foods here. Our portioning section is right over here. They're weighing it to make sure that every meal has the amount of sustenance and, of course, the perfect weight so that we're perfectly distributing it. And as you come here, we have our loading session. So this section right here is where Florida Realtors, we tag them and bag them, letting them know they're coming from the Florida Realtors YPN initiative. Once they get the whole little cube filled, they go into our box. And once that's done, you'll hear everybody screaming for excitement because that means we've packed one full box, which will stack. And the hopes, as you heard from Holly before, is to make as many pallets full as we can and get 40,000 meals packed today in just a couple hours. So let's keep looking around and see what we got going on. So let's see who else we can talk to here and get their 2 cents as to why this is so important. Actually, we got a gentleman right here. So let's go ahead and, I found these 2 gentlemen that I actually know very, very well, our very own executive team member, Mr. George Guerra. George, thank you for doing this. Honestly, thank you for your leadership. You guys have always been great and great supporters of the YPN initiatives, and of course, this is one that's all very dear to our hearts. So tell us, first, let people know that are watching from home, because we got a lot of people tuning in live, you know, what your position is, where your company is, how long you've been in the business, your name, all that good stuff so they know who you are, and why this is so important to Florida Realtors.
So, my name is George Guerra. I'm actually the Vice President of Florida Realtors. I have a company in South Florida called RESF. Hello to everybody over there. And I think more than anything, today's event is really bringing hope to those that don't have a meal. This is our way of giving back, and one thing about us Realtors, we're not here for a commission, we're actually here to make a difference.
You know, and what's interesting, George, is that not only are you doing this, you know, year after year as an executive team member, but you brought the family into the loop.
I did.
I see your son here joining us as well. So tell us, why were you so excited to come with your father, George, here as well, George Jr., to actually get involved and pack Meals of Hope with the YPN group?
I came with my father to meet Marcus Lemonis, because me and him shared Columbus High School together, and so did Marcus, and I wanted to meet him IRL with my father too.
Excellent. And what got you excited to get involved with packing meals?
Well, at Christopher Columbus High School, we always help back with the community, and this is another way to help back by feeding the homeless with mac and cheese.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy that you came. I'm happy that you're participating. Thank you guys so much for giving me 2 seconds of your time, and I know you guys got to get back to work, so keep at it. As you guys can see, it doesn't stop at any level. It doesn't matter whether you're new to the business or whether you're one of our executive team members. Giving back to the community is something that we love to do. It's ingrained in who we are here at Florida Realtors. And as you can see, when we do it big. 40,000 meals and counting. We got pallets. They're getting almost as big as me. Look at this, guys. I know I'm not the tallest guy, but we're already 3 rows up, and we got many more to pack. So let's see what else we got going on. Let's see who else we can talk to. All right, let's see who else we can talk to here. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and we'll talk to my vice chair from our convention committee, Miss Leslie Suarez. So, hey, you got to do what you got to do to feed, right, and to give back to our community. So, Leslie, tell us what got you so excited to participate in this. I know you do a lot of philanthropic work. I know you give back to the community at home. But tell us what made you decide to come to Florida Realtors and get involved in packing meals for the community. Tell us who you are, where you're from, association, community, all that stuff, and why this is so important.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Leslie Suarez with Broward Palm Beaches and St. Lucie Realtors, but I do get to serve as vice chair with Carlos Melendez today. And what we're doing is packing Meals of Hope. We're packing 35,000 meals of macaroni and cheese to give to the underprivileged. I have been able to participate in this event for at least 3 or 4 years, but I absolutely love it. I've made friendships, relationships, and at the end of the day, I feel like I've given back to my community as well as learned something by being here at this convention.
That's awesome, Leslie. You know, it's great the work you guys are doing. So all I can say is I encourage every single one of you, if you're upstairs in your room watching us live there, or if you're back at home, make sure that you make this a priority to be here in person to help us pack as many foods as possible, because the reality is that the more hands on deck, the quicker we can get to our goal and exceed it, which is what we always want to do at Florida Realtors, because the reality is that we're not about making our goals, but breaking them. And when it comes to the homeless, we take it even a step higher, because the underprivileged, of course, they need as much help as they can get, and Florida Realtors is always here to serve that calling. So thank you so much, Leslie. And for those of you watching at home, stay tuned, because not only do we have this great initiative going on right now, but we have so many more great sessions, a lot of live stuff. We got Patti Ketcham coming up on a live interview, so make sure you tune into that, because that's going to be another great one. If you've already seen the 2 we had before, you got a lot more in store, and they keep getting better as the day progresses. So make sure that you tune in, and if you haven't hit a like and follow to our channels, make sure that you subscribe now so that you're always in the action and notified when the next live session happens. Thank you guys for watching.
You owe me one.
welcome back to Florida Realtors Live. I'm your host, Tracy Velt. I am a contributing editor for Florida Realtor Magazine and host of Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast. Right now, I am speaking to the Patti Ketcham. She is the owner of Ketcham Realty Group. Gosh, I am butchering names today.
That's fine.
Ketcham Realty Group in Tallahassee, and she is going to keep you out of trouble with FREC. So welcome.
Thank you, Tracy. Proud to be here.
Yeah, so you've sat in the room of countless FREC meetings, and I know the one question, we did broker roundtables around Florida Realtor, around the state, and one of the biggest questions we got was, well, if I see something happening or I know of a violation, I have no idea how to report it. So I wanted to start with that because I think that is the biggest thing. How do you know where to report it, and how do you know where to go to report it, depending on what it is? So let's start with that.
Okay, perfect. And I'd like to take a simple question and make it much more complicated, okay? So a lot of times when I hear people concerned about bad behavior, they're not sure which path to take.
Correct.
And so you have code of ethics, and then you have the Florida statutes, and it's two totally different paths. Now, if somebody's truly acting the fool, the paths will intersect. But the first thing you do is call the legal hotline and say, Florida Realtors Legal Hotline, and say, here's this behavior I'm concerned about. I'm concerned enough I want to move forward on it. So is this code of ethics, or is this a licensing law violation? So you're not, and the reason I want to put that in people's hearts is it's so frustrating to turn somebody in to the real estate commission, and we can't do anything because it's a code of ethics violation.
Right.
So make sure your precious energy is going down the right path. So call the legal hotline first. But now you've decided, all right, the path I need to take is through DBPR, through the Division of Real Estate. If you will go on to myfloridalicense.com, at that opening page, it's file a complaint. And just realize that you can file an anonymous complaint. You can file an anonymous complaint. And we get those. And any kind of complaint that comes in, they're going to need to at least investigate it and take action on it. You may not get what you've always wanted, but I've always said if somebody's not acting right and they're getting poked a little bit, even if you don't get the punishment you want, that usually gets their attention. So yeah, My Florida License, the complaint button is right there.
Yeah, and I love, the suggestion to call the Florida Realtors legal hotline first, because I think that is the confusion. They don't really know where to report.
Right. Because in our world, bad behavior is bad behavior.
Right.
Yeah.
And to be clear, they're not reporting it to Florida Realtors.
Right.
They're just asking which path to take.
Exactly. And I would call the legal hotline and I'd say, give me somebody that really understands pro standards, I mean, I call them. I'm a frequent flyer. I can't believe they haven't blocked my number yet. I keep waiting for the day it goes, we are not available. So making sure you're heading down the right path saves so much energy.
Yeah. Well, so you've seen the good, the bad, the ugly as a commissioner, and I want to talk about some of the common things that you see that are avoidable that maybe they've actually done unknowingly as well.
Right. Okay, so we have juicy stuff and we have...
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with the juicy stuff. Okay. All right. There is a little known rule, but it's been out there for years and years and years, but people just truly don't know about it. And if you have had if you've pled guilty, have been found guilty, or pled no contest, which is a big one. A lot of people plead no contest to any crime. I did not say the word felony. I said any crime in any jurisdiction. This includes Las Vegas, Alaska, and Hawaii, okay? So you've gone off somewhere, you've done something stupid, you got arrested for a DUI, which it's from there up. Not traffic offenses do not make the cut, but DUI up does.
Okay.
You have 30 days calendar to self-report to DBPR. Once that time starts ticking, once you've pled guilty, been found guilty, or pled no contest, so you decide to do community service.
Right.
And you think this has gone away, and you call an attorney, and an attorney's trying to do a good everything for you, but they go, no, only if it's a felony and they're just wrong.
Yeah.
And so life goes on, you think you're fine, and then some fellow realtor gets mad at you, goes to mugshots.com, finds your mugshot, and turns you in, and now you're in front of us. Where if you had just turned yourself in, depending on the nature of what happened, this can go away pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But so I think that's the one you see that usually has really interesting stories behind it. That it didn't have to happen.
Yeah.
It didn't have to happen. And people just don't know. But if you're sitting in core law or you're sitting in something like this and you're having that oh crap moment and going, oh crap, I pled no contest and did community service for boating under the influence or whatever, turn yourself in. It's way better if you throw yourself on the sword than somebody else shoving you on it.
Yeah.
And we'll turn each other in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are some other common, things that you're seeing?
A lot of what we see, and this hurts my heart as a broker, is really good people that don't even know their broker's name, and their broker doesn't know theirs.
Yeah.
And it's perfectly legal, but if you feel like you're out there in the wilderness by yourself, you deserve better than that. You deserve somebody that can call you by name and knows your training. And there's some huge brokerages, but they have training set up. And I'm not talking an avatar on YouTube. I'm talking an eyeball to eyeball where you can call them and say, I'm stuck. What do I need to do here? Because if you don't have somebody that's going to help you grow in this thing, you're not going to last 2 years, which is the normal time. Most people are out of here in 2 years, and it's because you haven't built that relationship with somebody that could truly help you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the broker is so important to training the agent and letting them know the things that they need to know. Right,
exactly. Because a lot of them are easy mistakes. They miss deadlines, or they get confused. Is it calendar days or business days? So they call 5 different people who give you 5 different answers. Right. And there's only one right answer on that stuff. So a lot of these are avoidable. So let's assume, and this is ended up being an ad for the legal hotline, you don't know your broker, or you can't get hold of them, or whatever reason, call the friggin' legal hotline. Yeah. Or you can send them an email. Yeah. You can send them an email and they will respond the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what percentage would you say really come down to like sloppy bookkeeping or not understanding the disclosures and things?
What makes it in front of us is huge. It's a huge percentage of not knowing the deadlines. Yeah. Not taking the time to read the contract and knowing, and I always say this, I say it all the time, a contract is a set of promises between adults with deadlines. It's really simple.
Yeah.
But you've got to know the deadlines. Buyers and sellers have too much monkey chatter going on. They can't pay attention to this. So that's on us. Yeah. That's on us. Yeah. We've got to track those deadlines.
What are some other ways that you can suggest agents stay out of trouble with FREC? What are some just common things that they should be doing that maybe they're not?
Well, one easy thing to do, and I wanted to make sure I said this during our time, is you can watch the Real Estate Commission meetings online. Yeah. You can sign up to watch. Nobody knows you're there. Yeah. We don't know who's watching, who isn't. And just, you can have it run in the background, and you will hear where people get in trouble. You'll hear where the ball gets dropped. But I think a lot of it, and this one horrifies me, is where property management, that is like the vortex of doom. If you don't know what you're doing, a tenant or an owner of the property will turn you into us in a blink of an eye. Yeah. And so if you're going to be in property management, you need to be all in and get the education you need. I made a decision that we do not do property management. Okay. I mean, we don't even manage our own investment property. We pay another broker to do it, because you've got to figure out what you're good at. Yeah. And then pour yourself into that. Don't just do a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Yeah. All right, we're going to end. I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Go right ahead.
The funniest FREC case that you sat in on.
Okay. This one isn't funny, but it's kind of funny. Okay. So when I first got on the Real Estate Commission, everybody said you'll figure out what your hot button is, because everybody has hot buttons. And I was new girl and sitting there for months and months going, I wonder what my trigger is going to be. I wonder what my hot button's going to be. So there was a guy. He was charming. And he was in front of us. I'd been on the commission for a while then. At that time, there was only 2 females on. It was Pat Fitzgerald and I, and the rest were males. And he came in front of us, and he had been arrested for exposing himself to a minor.
That's not good.
Aaron, it's not good.
That's not funny.
But he was so cute, and he got up and he said, oh, it was just this dreadful era. It was back in the days of streaking, and a bunch of us were streaking. Well, I went to FSU. I'm a child of the 60s and 70s. I've seen streaking. Never participated, but I have seen it. So, and we're all kind of laughing. You know, he was charming. And he said, and what we didn't know is there was a 14-year-old girl there with her mother, and we didn't realize it, and so I got arrested. And so I said, excuse me. I said, your police report doesn't say that.
Yeah.
And he goes, what? I said, oh, I'm reading it. I said, I think I need to read it into the record. And he goes, please don't do that. Please don't do that. I said, no, I think we need to. And so I got it out and I read it. And I said, out loud, into the record, and I said, this says you pulled up in your truck, you got out naked, bent over a curb, exposed yourself, and fondled yourself in front of a young girl.
Well, I hope he lost his license for that one.
I said, this is not streaking.
It's criminal.
Yes, this is not streaking. And so my thing is, if the word anus is in a police report, you're done. Okay? You can't explain anything past that. So that's my funniest one.
Okay, well.
No, seriously. At some point,
You're going to hear it.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, Patti, thank you so
You're
much
welcome,
for sharing your
Tracy.
crazy experience.
Yeah.
And we really appreciate you today.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. And I appreciate all y'all do to spread the word.
And for those who are live, you can tell I'm very awkward with that story, but that's okay. Our next, stick around at 1 o'clock. We have Juana Watkins, our Vice President of Law and Policy, and she is going to talk about some legal issues that you should know about today. So join us at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thanks, Patti.
You're welcome. She's probably not going to say.
It's as easy as 1, 2, you're not good enough. Now that's the place you're supposed to be.
And we're back, guys. We're here back at Meals of Hope, giving you guys an update. I'm your 2025 Convention Committee Chair, Carlos Melendez, and we're going to get back into the action. I do see we have some great people here that I want to get some updates and interviews from. So let's see if we can go ahead and grab them before they leave. Now, guys, as you can see, there's a lot of stuff going on here. We have a lot of action happening, and I see our very own president, Mr. Tim Weishire, here at Meals of Hope. So we're gonna go ahead and grab him and get a couple information tidbits of what makes it so special. So again, I'm here with our president, Mr. Tim Weishire. Tim, you are live right now to our entire audience, not just here at the Florida Realtors Conference and Expo, but at home. So please tell them why this is so important to us. I know that we're a community, realtors truly care, and Florida Realtors does not stay behind the pack, we lead the pack. So go ahead and let us know just a little bit about this event, what makes it so important, and why you've been such supportive of it all these years.
Excellent. Well, first of all, I got to say I love this guy. I love that you're bringing all the energy, running around, making sure that people are connected to what we're doing here. Obviously, this is our annual convention, our opportunity to bring everyone together to talk about how we can lead in the best way possible as the leaders of real estate and the voice for real estate in the state of Florida. So it's a great opportunity to come in, learn, get education sessions, network, understand the policy side of what we do as well. And obviously we do great things as well, like what we're doing right here with packing food for those that struggle with or deal with hunger across the United States and certainly in the state of Florida. If you've not been to one of our conferences or conventions, you want to make sure you come. This is a great opportunity to hang out with a lot of the best producers in the entire state of Florida, and you also get to roll around with this guy, which isn't too bad either.
Nonsense. Well, you heard it here first from the tip of the spear. I'm telling you guys, this is such a great initiative. We've been doing it year after year. You can already see everybody's having a great time doing it. And honestly, it's a way to give back to our communities, which we serve and care so much about, because again, Florida Realtors care. Thank you so much, President Weishire. We truly appreciate your time. I know you got a lot to do this week, but I'm going to go ahead and sneak on in here if it's okay with you and see if I can grab some other great people. Thank you so much. All right, so let's go ahead and sneak on in here and see if we can maybe interview our fabulous CEO. I think I saw her somewhere around here. All right, close this off here. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and see who we can find and see if we can, oh look, we have our President-elect, Mr. Chuck Bonfiglio over here getting his hands dirty as well. Chuck, give me 2 seconds if you don't mind. I know you're busy packing meals. The guy's always working, I gotta tell you. This right here is our President-elect, Mr. Chuck Bonfiglio, out of the Broward, Palm Beach, and the St. Lucie Realtors. Chuck, tell us why this event is so important to you. A little bit about yourself, of course, maybe a little bit about your leadership journey and what we can expect from your leadership next year. And of course, if you think this event will continue, which I hope it will, but just tell our viewers back home a little bit about it.
Yeah, so growing up in the industry, my father was instrumental in giving back to the community. That's part of the reason why I'm here doing this leadership, and obviously doing this to help the people in the community. That's what realtors do. We don't just list and sell homes, we build and help communities out. So that's what we're all doing. My leadership for next year is all about giving back, leadership, innovation, and everything that encompasses advocacy with the realtors. So happy to be here and happy to help in this initiative every year that we do it.
Absolutely, Chuck. Thank you so much for your leadership and for everything that you do. And we're super excited for the year ahead, of course. So keep doing big things, and we appreciate you. And if you guys are curious, I'm not short. They're just tall. Anyways, let's go ahead and see who else we can find. All right, guys. As you can see, everybody is hard at work. We got a lot more meals to be packed. But we're going to go ahead and see if we can find our fearless CEO. Look how these boxes are growing, guys. They continue to stack up, and we got more to do. But I do see Miss Holly right here, so we're going to get an update from Holly. Don't run away from me. We're going to get an update from Holly. As you know, she's been leading the group here to make sure that we hit our goal. Holly, where are we at? What are you thinking?
We are at just over 25,000 meals, so we only have 10,000 more. We're an hour ahead of schedule. So keep
I wouldn't expect anything less from your leadership. So what do you think? Do you think we're going to break 40, maybe more?
We're going to get close to 40. So come back in like 20-ish minutes.
All right, you heard it here first, guys. So stay tuned, because we will be coming back to get another update soon. But let's see if we can find our CEO. I know she was in here somewhere, but she tends to like to hide. She's a little camera shy at times. Let's see. All right. Well, in the meantime, let's see if we can get another little interview here. I see this gentleman here is hard at work, packing up another box. So tell us, if you don't mind, if I can get 2 seconds of your time once you're done here, is this your first time participating in the Meals of Hope? Yes. It is. And what made you want to get involved with such a great event?
Love helping. No matter what it is, I love helping.
And how long have you been in the business? Is it your first
8
time
years.
at conference as well?
Yeah, first time here. I do a lot of other conferences like Keller Williams, Family Reunion, Mega Camp, things like that, but it's my first time at Florida Realtors.
And this one's the best, of course, right?
So far, yes.
I like to hear that. Well, keep hard at work. We appreciate your volunteerism. And let's go ahead and see if we can see who else we can find. As you can see, guys, they are hard at work. A lot of action going on. And let me see, where can I find? All right. Well, let's go ahead and see if we can head over to the escalator, guys, and see what. Well, sorry about that, guys. As you know, there's so much energy in the room, it sucked out all the power from our camera. But we're back, we've replaced those Energizer batteries, and now we're gonna head back into the action and see what else we can find out from all the amazing people volunteering here today to go ahead and make this initiative super, super important. So we have this gentleman here, as you can see, we're packing up a lot of meals. So tell us, is this your first time here at conference?
Yeah, it's our first time here, and it's a team effort. We're up here from Bonita Springs, hanging out, and right now we're doing, what is this, Meals of Hope, right? So we're all bagging up some mac and cheese for everybody, and we're all doing it. We got a couple tables here from Bonita Estero Realtor Board, and we're having a great time.
I'm happy to hear that. So tell me your name, what company you're with. Obviously you said it's your first time here, so what do you hope to gain, not only from this amazing event, right, but from the rest of conference?
Of course, education, right? Anytime you get a chance to be around a lot of a group of realtors like this that are localized, you can learn a lot from side conversations as well as speakers. And then also, I think, networking. You know, it's meeting other realtors in areas and seeing how we can help them and they can help us and learn about their markets.
And I think that's key there, right? Making networking, making connections, and just expanding that realtor family, right?
Exactly.
Well, thank you. So I appreciate you guys taking the time for all you're doing. We're going to continue to get the party started here, but continue the hard work. We appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
So you heard it there first, guys. Again, not only does this help give back to the community, but this also helps them, you know, make connections, make relationships, and just help together in unison so that we can come together for our main goal, which is to feed those less fortunate than us and hit 40,000 meals packed today. So as you see, we also have a gentleman here, a good friend of mine, Mr. Michael Bruno. He's been helping us for many years. So Michael, what makes this event so great year after year? Tell us a little bit about who you are, where you're from, what company you're with, and why you choose to spend your time every single year packing meals for the less fortunate.
Carlos, don't you know I'm very busy right now? This is Mike Bruno with the Realtor Association of Sarasota and Manatee. I am always so loving doing this. It is so wonderful to do this. It feels good from the heart to go ahead and pack 35,000 meals.
Well, I'm hearing we're going to do 40,000. That's what I'm hearing.
40,000 this year? Oh my gosh! I better get back to work here.
You better. You better. I see that.
They're piling up. They're piling up, and I need. Thank
Well,
you so
keep up
very
the hard
much.
work, brother.
Thank you.
And look, as you can see here, guys, he's not joking. As you can see, just a couple minutes ago, before we had our technical difficulties, and of course we lost our power, we were pretty much just around here, and within just about a couple of minutes, we've already continued to grow this pallet, and we have many more to grow. So the action, as you can see, does not stop. If you're at home, guys, I highly encourage you, get involved. Get involved not only on your local, state, and national level, but make sure that you come up to Florida Realtors. Take advantage of all the great education. Make sure that you take advantage of giving back to your communities, because again, that is what we do. Realtors care, and this is what we do. Now, one thing you guys want to do, if you are tuning in, and if you're not going to be here, make sure that you tune in to our legal update with Ms. Juana Watkins. She is our in-house counsel. She is a brilliant woman, and she always keeps us up to date with the latest and greatest when it comes to legal, so that you do not get yourself in hot water. So make sure that you go ahead, tune on in. If you are not subscribed to our channels, guys, make sure that you give us a follow. Don't forget to hit that like button, and make sure that you hit those little bell icons so that you're notified when Florida Realtors post their next live section or their next video. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and see who else we can find. Follow me this way. I know it's a little hectic back here, but we're going to see who else we can talk to. All right. I see a lot of people. Now, this group seems to be having a lot of fun. I see a little lively group here. So this gentleman here, we'll stop him. And actually, look, we even have realtors flying in. Miss Billy, you know what? Let me introduce a little friend of mine. This is my gnarless sister from the National Association Leadership Academy, Miss Billy from Billings, Montana. Billy, you flew all the way around, from halfway around the country to come here to participate in Florida Realtors Conference and Expo, and now you're packing up Meals for Hope along with the rest of the YPN tribe.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about who you are, what company you're with, what made you jump on a plane to be with us here at Florida Realtors, and why this is so important to you.
Oh man, Carlos, you know I love you guys. Florida is my favorite. It's my second home. I was actually born here. And so every time I'm here, it's like coming back home, and I get to see all my favorite people, including you. And this is my second year doing this, helping, and I love just giving back. So it's been awesome. I love it. And I'm with Billy and B Town Real Estate, my own brokerage in Billings, Montana.
Absolutely, and Billy's great also on social media. So tell them, where can they find you?
You can find me at Billy and B Town on all the socials.
Excellent. Yeah. And you know, I'm hearing that we're going to be doing 35,000, but do you think we'll break 40? That's the rumor around the streets.
Let's do it. Let's just do it.
You're
Why
ready,
not?
you're pumped.
Let's not question it.
Excellent.
Let's get it done.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming halfway around the country to be here with us, and keep up the great work.
Thank you.
As you guys can see, it's infectious here. I'm telling you, being part of the Florida Realtors organization, being part of the Florida Realtors family is something that everyone strives to do. We even have friends coming from halfway around the country to be here with us. So if you're not making your way up here and you're local, shame on you, because there's a lot of information, a lot of action, a lot of education that you're missing, and just a lot of family that you could be creating here. So thank you so much. And make sure, again, at 2 o'clock we have Kendall Donner coming up. So make sure that you're in tune for that one. Another great session that we're going to be having live. So again, guys, hit that follow button. Make sure. And let's go ahead and see what else we have before we go on to our next live session. So we have our YPN chair right here, and I'm going to take 2 minutes to interrupt you. I apologize, sir. But tell us a little about who you are, what committee you're leading this year. I already know, but let the audience back at home know, and why this is so important.
My name's Candace Kelly. I am the chair for Florida Realtors YPN, and we help with building new leaders and new members that are wanting to go and on this journey and build a community. We also believe in community service, so that's what we're doing here with Meals of Hope. We are filling 35,000 meals for local families in Orlando. So we're keeping it local. Every year we partner with Meals of Hope. So, yeah.
Well, that is awesome. Again, you heard it here first, guys. They're doing great things. And YPN, from what I hear, it's really for just being young at heart, right? So anybody can get involved.
Absolutely. We say if you are young at heart, positive mind, and want to be a part of something, you can join. And it is for the younger members as well, but we welcome everybody, as you can see here.
Actually, thank you so much. So you heard it there, guys. If you're new in the business, young at heart, or whatever it might be, make sure that you check out the YPN committee here at Florida Realtors so that you can also give back and get involved and start that leadership journey. Guys, my time is up right now, but we have a lot of great sessions coming up, so make sure that you stay tuned in. We have an action-packed day, a lot of great stuff. We have Greg Lamonis coming up later in the keynote session. We have, of course, our awards banquet tomorrow. We have a lot of stuff. So if you're not tuning in, you're going to miss out, and I don't want you to do that. So thank you guys for tuning in. Again, I'm Carlos Melendez, your convention committee chair, and we got more action coming your way, so stay tuned. Welcome back, guys. Carlos Melendez here, your 2025 Convention Committee Chair, and we are back live here on the convention floor. As you guys can see, we already have a line piling up here, and I am just curious, what could this be for? Could it possibly be for Marcus Lemonis? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's see who we can talk to here, and let's see if hopefully they won't get mad at us for cutting the line, but hey, I'm small and I can be a little bit sneaky, you know? So let's see what we got going on here. I see these ladies right here. They're giggling, having a good old time, so let's see what we can do here. Ladies, how are we? Tara, how are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic today.
So, Tara, tell me who you are, what conference, I don't want to give her my back. There we go. So tell me, where are you from? What association, your business, how long you've been in the business? This is your first time? I know, a lot of questions, but most importantly, what are you doing sitting down here? What are you waiting for? What is so good that you feel the need to sit down and just hang out and wait? Tell us all about it, especially for the viewers that are back home watching live.
Absolutely. Well, my name is Tara Birchfield, and I'm with IAD Realty. And I am here, I've been here several times. I also own a title company, so I've been here for the title part as well. I'm actually sitting here because my partner is over there working the YPN thing, and I told her I'd get us a seat, so I didn't have a class, so I came over here and sat down and did a little work.
That's excellent. Who are you waiting for? Who are you looking forward to seeing?
Marcus. Yeah, he's pretty awesome, so I figured we could get in here and get some good seats up close and be able to see everything and hear everything good.
Hey, it's not every day you get to see Marcus Lemonis live and in person, but Florida Realtors made that happen.
Absolutely. I was here when they had Snoop Dogg. What was her name? Martha Stewart.
Martha Stewart, yes.
That was really
a couple
awesome.
years ago.
Yeah, that was a couple
absolutely.
years ago. So just as excited to see this one, I think.
And is there anything specific that you hope to hear from, maybe certain topics that he normally talks about? Is there anything specific?
Not specific. I think he's going to go do a good job no matter what he does.
You know, I don't disagree with you. I do too. Now, don't think that you're going to get off easy here, okay? Because I sat in between y'all for a reason. So tell us again, your name, where you're from, how long you've been coming to conferences. Is it your first year? And what made you want to hang out here as well?
Well, I'm Andrea Anderson with S&D Real Estate in Lakeland, Florida, and I just love coming to the conferences. I've been here, I think this is my 4th year.
4th year, wow. And what makes you come back year after year? Is there anything specific? Is it the education? Is it the people? Is it, what exactly is it that drives you to come back year after year? Let the folks at home know why they're missing out.
I come here for all the sessions. There's a lot of networking. It's just a lot of fun, and I get a vacation from my mom duties.
Mom, listen, very well-deserved vacation, plus she gets to build her business in the process and make a lot of great new friends. That's awesome. Well, I really hope that you guys have a great chance and opportunity of getting really good seats, because obviously it seems that you guys will be okay. If you take a look, you only got a couple people in front of you. But I'm going to go ahead and see what other people have to say, but thank you guys so much for coming, and I hope to see you guys again at the next year's conference. All right, so let's see who else we can talk to here. Ma'am, I see you brought your own seat, which is great.
I do have my own seat.
Excellent. So tell us, is it your first time here at conference, or are you a veteran coming to conference?
I am a veteran.
Excellent.
I am a veteran.
And where are you from? Your name, your
Lakeland,
company?
Barbara Barnes. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Lakeland Association of Realtors.
Oh, so education obviously runs in your blood as well.
Education, it does. This is my 17th year in Lakeland, so I've been here 17 times.
Wow. And if you could say one thing to our folks watching at home, those realtors that couldn't make it here or maybe are on their way up, what's one little bit of information that you would say to encourage them that if they're not coming this year, that they definitely need to make it out next year?
It is an amazing opportunity to network, to meet other members, as well as to learn. There's so many education events that it's just a shame if you don't take advantage of them.
Amen. You heard it here first, guys, and it wasn't for me, 17-year veteran. So don't take my word for it, take hers. Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at one other thing I want to show them. As you guys can see, we have a lot of people waiting. The line continues to get longer and longer and longer. People are having lunch, but they know that it's worth staying here and waiting, because Marcus Lemonis will be hitting the stage here in just a couple of I would say almost about an hour or so, but you know what? Let's go ahead and head on over to Selfie City, because I want the folks at home to see how Florida Realtors enables us to really create amazing content. They provide us not only the tools, but the resources to make it happen. So we're gonna go ahead and head on over towards Selfie City, which provides you guys with a lot of unique backdrops, a lot of amazing different opportunities to create social media content for your business while highlighting all the amazing resources that you have by being a Florida Realtors member. not to mention that, guys, but Florida Realtors provides us with a wide variety of tools and products. I mean, we have our legal hotline, which is always available to Florida Realtors members to make sure that they can keep you out of hot water by answering all the legal questions that you may have in your business on a day-to-day basis. You know, you don't need to have an attorney on retainer to be able to get those legal questions answered, because as a Florida Realtors member, you have the legal hotline just a phone call away. We also have our tech helpline, which is an amazing service that we provide to our Florida Realtors members, and that allows you to pretty much get any type of tech help that you need. It doesn't have to be real estate related. I mean, it can even be as simple as setting up your printer at home. If that's what you need, just give a call to the tech helpline and they will go ahead and help you out with any of your tech needs. As you can see as well, guys, we have our Florida Realtors PAC booth here. They're here to help you with any of your PAC questions. If you're a major investor, thank you for your investment. And if you are not a major investor, please consider getting your fair share in. That's just $20 to help safeguard our industry and make sure that we can continue to fight the good fight when bills come our way that might be harmful to private property rights and the communities we serve. Again, if you want to... Now, as you guys can see, we have our tech helpline right here. Our guys are hard at work, our guys and gals from the tech helpline. As you can see, they're already here helping our members with any of their tech needs, which is amazing because all you've got to do is head on over to our tech help. You can scan right here, as you can see, and they will be at your fingertips to help you with whether it's setting up a printer, maybe you need help setting up your CRM, maybe your Wi-Fi has gone down at home and you need to get that contract out. These guys can make it happen for you, and it's free to you as a member. Well, part of your dues, right? But again, something that you have access to at any time. We also have an initiative here, which is our new Florida Realtors plate, which again, if you don't have this, definitely go ahead and check this out. This right here is a plate that helps fund home ownership across the state, which is awesome. So make sure that you go to homeownershipforall.org for more information on that so that you can also get your Florida Realtor branded plate. Now, if you look before, guys, we have our Form Simplicity, another great Florida Realtors tool and resource for you. We have some of our amazing staff here helping, again, another member. But this is a phenomenal, phenomenal event. And I'm going to steal Trisha from you, if you don't mind, because Trisha is one of our amazing staff members that help head one of these programs. So Trisha, tell us everything about Florida Realtors Form Simplicity, maybe a little bit by yourself, obviously your position, and what makes this tool so awesome for our members to use.
Well, I'm Trisha Stamper. I'm the Director of Technology Products for Florida Realtors. I've been with Florida Realtors for like 16 years, if you can believe that. And so I oversee like the business side of Form Simplicity and Tech Helpline. And Form Simplicity was basically built for realtors by realtors. It's a transaction management platform where you can host all of your transactions, do e-signatures, specifically with our new product called SableSign, which we are launching right now to all of Florida Realtors. And we offer great support, wonderful tools, and we're just here to support our members any way we can with technology.
Absolutely, and we're so happy to have you as part of the team for 16 years now, and we hope to have you for many, many more years to come. But SableSign, that sounds interesting. I know it's a new tool that we're just releasing. You just mentioned it. Can you give us a little tidbits on that yet? I know we're just new, but I don't know how much you can tell us about it.
Sure, well, it was built in-house by Florida Realtors, actually staff members. So we've been building it for the past couple of years. So it's owned by Florida Realtors. So it's member owned and it's integrated inside Form Simplicity, and we made it as user friendly as possible. And it's a really great product, and we invite everyone to try it.
That is awesome. Now, tell us about Ultimate. I mean, it seems like it's creating and making Form Simplicity just an ultimate tool to have in your tool chest. I mean, now you can create your form, send it out for signatures, all in one tool without having to go all over the place, which I think is pretty awesome. And I know we have other tools. Are there any other tools that you may want the viewers at home that are watching us live right now to know about? Because I know we have so many great things, and a lot of the times our members don't even know they exist.
Yeah, I mean, other features in Form Simplicity, there's so many.
I know. What about some
we have
other
broker
tools, maybe?
review. We have broker review. We also have integrations with a lot of great partners. Rent Spree, Earnest is in there too. So Form Simplicity has a lot of wonderful features. Okay, so other tools. Okay, we have Tech Helpline.
For example, is something we talked about, Tech Helpline.
Yeah, we have
what about safety tools? Because I know a lot of our members are always asking about safety tools. What do we have for our members there?
Forewarn, yeah, that is a great member benefit. So we invite you to try Forewarn. You can go to floridarealtors.org and sign up for it. Any member can go in and sign up for it, and that's a wonderful safety tool.
And I'm happy you brought that one up because I use Forewarn all the time. It is an amazing tool, guys. If you're not using it before you go and meet clients out there, you're missing out on a tool that could truthfully, and I say this, I know I joke around a lot, but this can honestly save your life. It's an amazing tool that allows you to pull, public record background checks on your customers that you might be meeting for the first time out there, and keeps you safeguarded to know really who it is that you're meeting. It's an amazing Florida Realtors member benefit that we just introduced last year, I believe, and it is, again, part of your member dues, hard at work for you. Tricia, thank you so much for giving me a couple minutes of your time. I apologize that I interrupted you guys. I know you guys were busy at work, but I always thank you guys for everything you do for our members and for continuing to just build amazing products and services for all of us.
Thank you.
Perfect. And this one quick thing, guys, I want to show you. I don't know if we're going to be able to make it in there, but we do have an amazing, amazing expo floor and trade show happening. Selfie City is right behind me here. So as you can see, we have a lot of stuff being offered, and right here to my left, we have our expo. We can't go back in there right now because unfortunately, as you guys saw before, our signal is just not as great as I'd like it to be because there's so much action going on here and so much energy that it's taken away from our signal here. But we do have a lot going on in our expo trade floor. So if you're looking for a great tool, maybe a product, maybe something to add to your bag of tricks to make your business be able to excel to the next level, definitely come here and check it out. They're going to be here for 2 days, guys. You'll be able to speak with tons of vendors from all over the states that are coming here with the latest and greatest products and tools and services for you guys to be able to take advantage of. Some are even at a discount, but again, come check them out and honestly, add those tools that you can go ahead and increase your business. But guys, we're going to head back because Marcus Lemonis is going to be hitting the floor here soon, and I want to make sure to get good seats as well because I know he's going to be dropping a lot of knowledge on us. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Again, don't forget to like, follow, and share, and thanks for hanging out. Stay tuned for some more action coming your way.
As we all know, the cost of healthcare and health insurance is something that we all have to deal with and navigate every single day of our lives. And as the 2025 president of Florida Realtors, I'm incredibly excited to let you know that we are rolling out the new Health Plan Navigator by Ventor. This navigator is designed to help you find the best healthcare plan for whatever your individual needs may be. And that's whether you're a broker or an independent contractor. This exclusive member service will help you compare health insurance plans, see if you qualify for tax credits, and access discounts on wellness tools. And maybe the best part of it all is, it's all in one easy-to-use portal. So start exploring your options today at floridarealtors.org/navigator, and we look forward to you taking control of your healthcare coverage.
As we all know, the cost of healthcare and health insurance is something that we all have to deal with and navigate every single day of our lives. And as the 2025 president of Florida Realtors, I'm incredibly excited to let you know that we are rolling out the new Health Plan Navigator by Ventor. This navigator is designed to help you find the best healthcare plan for whatever your individual needs may be. And that's whether you're a broker or an independent contractor. This exclusive member service will help you compare health insurance plans, see if you qualify for tax credits, and access discounts on wellness tools. And maybe the best part of it all is, it's all in one easy-to-use portal. So start exploring your options today at floridarealtors.org/navigator, and we look forward to you taking control of your healthcare coverage.
stronger than you'll ever know. Keep on fighting 'cause you're almost there. I know you feel it, but you're not alone. No. Count on me, I'll always be here. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry, it's alright. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry tonight.
Welcome back to Florida Realtors live stream. I'm your host, Tracy Velt. I am a contributing editor of Florida Realtor Magazine and host of the Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast, where I interview top agents, teams, and executives on building a better business. Today, I am talking to Juana Watkins. She is the General Counsel and Vice President of Law and Policy for Florida Realtors. So welcome, Juana.
Thank you so much, Tracy. It is a pleasure to be here with you all today.
So we're going to start with top three issues. You hear from all the legal hotline attorneys. What are you hearing the most right now?
Yeah, Tracy, I love our legal hotline. I mean, I call it the real-time information gathering service of Florida Realtors. 70,000 plus phone calls and emails a year from our members.
Amazing.
Top three, we're talking contract issues all the time. That dominates every single list that we create, and we do so quarterly, by the way.
Yes.
Contract issues, formation questions, calculation of time, right?
Yes.
Some of these more basic contract issues still trip up some of our members, and it's not surprising. I looked at the Florida Real Estate Commission stats, over 1,800 new agents last month, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot. And so the basics, formation, calculation of time, and then there are the more complicated contract issues, financing and things like that are always on the list. But beyond contract issues, we're seeing a lot with disclosure. When do I have to tell them that there is a hole in the roof, or my seller doesn't want me to disclose that there's a hole in the roof? So all of these different disclosure type issues typically will dominate the calls, and we want that because these are factually driven calls that we have to really get into the details of with the members. And I'd say kind of the last one, usually things where there is just a general, I would call it legal dispute between the parties, right? Something has gone wrong in the transaction, or sometimes something has gone wrong between the broker and the agent, independent contractor disputes and questions. So just those general, what are my rights types of questions, we get a lot of.
Yeah, definitely. And so with the kind of post-Surfside legislative changes, 4 major bills in, I think, 4 years. So what's your best guidance for realtors to stay compliant and proactive, especially as more statutory deadlines and form updates roll out now?
Yeah, I mean, this is the condo shifting sands, as I call it, Tracy. That is the prime example of where it is so important for members to engage with their law and policy resources. We have done webinars, we have done articles, frequently asked questions, all of those things to try to help the members stay current on those shifting sands. it is difficult and complicated. You know, I work a lot with the attorneys at the Florida Bar, real property attorneys, and we struggle sometimes to really get our arms around the changes and the sometimes unintended consequences of those changes and how we're going to actually apply them in practice on the legal side. And it's no different on the real estate practice side, right? They've got to avail themselves of those resources. If they're not reading the legal news, now's the time to start. If they're not visiting that library for those frequently asked questions, now's the time to start. So we're going to continue to roll out resources because we're hearing from the members how difficult it still is to interact with condo associations and with their customers, quite frankly, to understand what is a SIRS, what is a milestone inspection report. This is not normal lingo for the average homeowner and home buyer. So we need them to engage with us on those questions and those issues.
And what do you see as like maybe the top issue that agents are confused with right now?
When is the SIRS and the milestone inspection report required? Right? And it's even more complicated because when you start to get into some of the, I always say with this legal stuff, many layers, many players, and condos is one of those areas. So we're still seeing a lot of confusion because even though the legislature has, in Condo 4.0, clarified some issues, there's still county-specific requirements in terms of the age of the building and this number of stories and when these laws apply. And so it can get really complicated sometimes for them to understand. So we have updated all of our forms to make sure they have a really good kind of roadmap and a detailed explanation in the condo addendum and condo rider to understand when it applies. But even there, it's very difficult because, again, this is not language that the average Florida citizen is going to understand.
Yeah, and it's definitely important, members, to understand there's tons of information available on floridarealtors.org, and if there's any confusion, call the legal hotline.
Absolutely.
Great resource. So let's talk about particular contract provisions, especially in the FAR Bar as-is contract, that are kind of leading to more disputes or questions.
Yeah, definitely. We talked about condo, right?
Yes.
Updating those condo forms, making sure those were rolled out. I would say that the two that I think cause the most consternation, financing, right? Financing, what is a property-related condition? I don't think they really tried to get the loan. What is due diligence with respect to the loan approval process? We get tons of calls about the financing clause of the contract. And so, again, though, those are really factually driven types of analysis that we really want to talk the member through, right? Break out that contract, break out that language, and walk them through, because every buyer is going to be a little bit differently situated in terms of the loan that they're applying for and how long they had to apply and what type of property-related conditions the lender is imposing. So we really need them to call us so we can walk them through that. Inspection period's another one. The FAR Bar as-is contract is, without a doubt, the most commonly used contract in the state. But what we're starting to see, especially as we shift to a little bit more of a buyer's market, is folks getting a little creative with the language, right? Well, it's as is, but we now want the seller to make some repairs, right? Can't we ask the seller? Well, you can. Is the seller obligated? Though is a completely different analysis, right? Because you chose an as-is contract to use to write your offer. So that kind of post-inspection, now how do we move forward now that I've found something I don't like, but I want to keep the property, is causing quite a few calls into the hotline.
Yeah. Do you think that they should be using a different contract rather than the as-is?
And that's something I think that some folks might take for granted. You know, I say which form you use is as negotiable a tool or a term as price and closing date and all of those things. You know, you really have to think through, what am I hoping to accomplish here? And after you see that property, if you have some concerns that perhaps there may be some physical issues that you find less than desirable that you might actually want to have the seller repair, maybe an as-is contract is not the contract you want to use to convey your offer. But then again, maybe not. And so there are options available to that buyer and that buyer's agent, and I think that's one of the things they need to talk through.
Okay, great. Well, we're 1 year past the settlement, the famous settlement.
Yes, we are.
Are you getting a lot of questions still on the legal hotline? And what is the biggest source of confusion to members?
Yeah. When to use compensation agreements, which compensation agreements to use.
Yeah.
All of those things continue to generate calls into the hotline, and we want those calls. We'd rather they get it right? So the compensation piece is still confusing, right? And what we tried to do was roll out a system to help them make that pivot to the new way of doing business. And for the most part, we think they have received it well. Good. But every now and then we'll hear from a broker who says, you know, my agent didn't get it right, and now I'm obligated to pay some commission that I may not have otherwise been obligated to pay.
Yeah.
And so we do recognize the need to continue to keep our foot on the gas as it relates to training on those settlement-related issues. Again, 1,800 new people into the business last month. Yeah. So it's not just renewing education for folks, it's also teaching new people who came into this business since the settlement became final.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that, you know, that compensation piece is so, especially for people who've been in the business for a long time and have done it a certain way for years, realizing now that you have to negotiate that, right. And it's not with the seller or the seller's agent, it's with your own buyer first, and you know, so it gets confusing.
Value proposition, right? Yep. Like more than ever before, we know the value of using a realtor. You got to communicate it, you know, and explain why that buyer representation agreement is being put in front of that buyer. Yeah. And I think as we become more and more effective at that, right, more and more comfortable with that, I think it'll be a lot less intimidating for most of our members. Yeah. And I think buyers will receive it well.
Yeah. Yeah. Final question. What's one piece of advice you have for agents today?
Those that train remain, right? Yep. And I don't mean that in the sense that you train such a, you know, in such a mandatory way that you threaten independent contractor status, right? Like I hear people say that, can you really train them? I mean those who really engage in the training opportunities like this convention will have better success in this industry. We talked about condo 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, flood disclosures, you know, all of these different issues that we are seeing just legislatively, not to mention court cases and case law that we monitor and have to implement. This is a busy time in terms of regulations and laws and things that are changing. We're prepared to help equip them with what they need in order to be successful. We say your success is our business, and we mean that. But we need them to engage with us. Call that hotline, 70,000. That's a lot, but we got capacity for even more, and we want to help them be successful. So now more than ever, we need them to be engaged on the legal changes and on the risk management part of this. I've said it, this is bubble wrap season. People say, well, I'm not as busy as I've been. That's okay. This is a time now to look at what you're doing, not just for efficiencies, but effectiveness and for regulatory compliance. And that's what I want members to be focused on in this time where you may not be closing quite as much as you were 2 years ago.
So for people who are here, when is your next session?
So we have our legal update on, I believe it is Tuesday, our closing session.
Okay.
It's a combination session with Dr. Brad O'Connor and my team, and we are super excited. It is our most ambitious legal update yet. I looked at the PowerPoint, 90 slides in 60 minutes, but we are going to rock and roll and get through because, again, there's so much, Tracy, that we need to put on the members' radar. So I hope they join us because, again, get in there, learn about what's happening so that we can help them insulate their business.
Yeah. So it's at 3 o'clock tomorrow, and definitely attend that session. And thank you, Juana, for answering some of these important legal questions.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to answer them.
Yes. And for our audience who's out there listening live, we have our next session with Kendall Bonner. It is on creating community, and she does a phenomenal job of taking her social media and her online, offline, and really building those relationships. She's going to talk all about it at 2 o'clock, so join us then.
a song to sing, falling in love with the joy you bring, beauty in everything, something so wonderful's happening, it keeps getting better now, the sun is coming out, hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good it all can be, hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good it all can be. Just reach out and touch the moon, filling my heart like a red balloon, hearing the bells all ring, something so wonderful's happening, it keeps getting better now, the sun is coming out, hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good it all can be, hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good it all can be, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3, it's amazing how good it all can be, hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good, hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good it all can be, hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good it all can be, la la la, how good it all can be, la la la, how good it all can be.
Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Welcome back to Florida Realtors Live. I'm your host, Tracy Velt. I am a contributing editor for Florida Realtor Magazine and also host of Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast, where I interview the best and brightest in real estate on business growth and strategies. Today, I am speaking with Kendall Bonner. She is the team leader of the Kendall Bonner team at eXp Realty and also Vice President of Industry Relations and Strategic Partnership at eXp. So welcome.
Thank you, Tracy. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk to you. So we're talking today about creating connections and kind of taking that online, offline, to build relationships in real estate. So you've built a powerful presence by doing that. And I want to talk to you about, why do you think community is such a key focus for agents today? And tell me a little bit about your process.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, especially post-COVID, post-2020, where we were forced indoors, forced online to make connections. That wasn't all bad because I think it taught us how to adjust and move forward in today's world, right? But I do think that it's super important to get back to that in real life community building. And when I say that, I don't just mean attending events like this, which I do think this is super important and so valuable to be at industry events and to see your friends and to learn and to be in the presence of other great leaders. But I also think it's important to build community around just connecting on the human level, right? And so, for example, one of the things that I'm doing in my network and in my community is coffee and conversations. It's sitting down for an hour with my peers and with other individuals in the community and talking about, for example, our next topic is AI and real estate. What are the different things that we're doing individually with AI to help propel our business forward? This does so many great things for the people in that circle because they're learning from their peers, they're building connection around topics that are interesting right now today, and they're also, building and deepening those relationships because at the end of the day, we know that this business is a belly-to-belly business, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And so this, basically, are you working with just eXp Realtors, or you're inviting anyone and their different topics as kind of like a brainstorm group?
Yeah, I think anyone and everyone should come to events like that because it's not really about, there's no gatekeeping in real estate, right? There's very rarely any truly innovative ideas anymore, right? So why shouldn't we connect together? Because the reality is that, Keller Williams and RE/MAX and eXp and LPT and Real and all the independent brokerages, we're all going to be doing business together every single day, and it's really about serving our clients at the highest level. And honestly, Tracy, you know it. When you have an agent on the other side of the transaction that you've met before, that you know who they are, you understand how they do business, that transaction is always going to go way more smoothly than it would if it was a stranger.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we switched up the order of what we're talking about, so I want to make sure I get this right. But we're going to talk a little bit about AI. And I want to know, how can agents use AI to really support their content creation without losing their voice?
Oh, that's such a great question because I do think that a lot of agents worry about that, right? Because you don't want to lose your authenticity, right? And that is so important when we're communicating with our client base and the people that want to do business with us. So for me, I think it's super important to do a couple of things. And, I know we want to talk about prompts, and I really get into how you prompt the AI, which is how you create that most authentic voice. Right. But the number one thing I'm going to say first is do not rely on a free ChatGPT account, right? Or a free Gemini account or free Claude. It's worth the investment to upgrade to a closed account so that way you can truly train your AI to best serve you and to help replicate your voice. And you can create what they call digital twins in real estate or with AI and create bots that actually serve the specific needs that you have. But one of the things that I do is I allow my AI to interview me, and I also allow it to remember certain things and encourage it to remember certain things about me, including my voice. I've loaded it up with tons of content, and that also helps protect it. But definitely, I would say that it's about how you engage and you prompt your AI that really is the biggest shift between it sounding like a bot and it's sounding like you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do have a question related to that digital twin, because EXP is one of the first to really do a C-suite digital twin of every person in the C-suite. Have you ever used it?
I have used the Glenn twin before. Okay. The AI, but yes, it's pretty awesome to be able to engage with our leadership at any time and be able to get that leadership and advice and wisdom from them whenever you need it.
So can you explain that a little bit, since you've used it? Because, a lot of people think digital twin of my CEO, what am I supposed to say? And he's not, Leo's the CEO now, but the founder. Yeah. And what if they give me the wrong advice? So explain how you used it and why that's not necessarily a concern.
Well, I think it really just comes down to, making sure that when you prompt your AIs or when you're asking your AI questions, that you tell it, not to hallucinate, things of that nature, right? Yeah. So that's super important. But also, I think I'm going to go to Glenn when I want leadership around maybe a project I'm working on as a VP of the company. Is this a direction that he would want me to pursue? Does it make sense for the direction that he has for the company? Because, of course, no one wants to waste their time or their energy on projects that are not in alignment with the direction of the company.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So let's get back to prompting.
Yes.
So what do you do to ensure that your prompts are, get you the result that you want? What are some tips you can offer agents?
Oh my gosh, yes. So this is my favorite question. So I read a book recently that has changed the game for me when it comes to AI and how I leverage AI. And it's called The AI-Driven Leader by Jeff Woods.
Okay.
And what this book taught me was that when it comes to prompting your AI, you can train it, and how you speak to it and how you leverage it is as your thought partner, right? And so it changed the way I just engage my AI. But the first thing I tell people is whenever I'm doing a new project with my AI, which her name is Grace, by the way. I named her Grace. So when I work with Grace, I ask Grace, the first question is, what do you know about ABC, whatever the topic is?
Yeah.
What do you know about marketing? What do you know about real estate? What do you know, whatever the specific thing I have a question about. And I allow the AI to give me some direction on where, based on its research, what it finds.
Okay.
Then the second thing I do is I say, act as, and then you fill in the blank. Act as my chief marketing officer. Act as my financial advisor. Act as a paralegal, depending on the topic again.
Right.
Act as. And then the next thing is I tell it what I want, what my goal is.
Okay.
I'm trying to build a marketing strategy around, finding customers that are in divorce situations and they need to find a real estate professional to guide them through that scenario, to help them divide their assets. And they're looking for leadership there. And so I'll tell it what I want. And then the last piece, and this is the game changer. This is the piece everyone misses. And then I say to it, and ask me one question at a time until you have enough information to answer my question. Don't ask me any questions. Don't ask me 10 questions. Ask me one question at a time. And you will find that when you ask the AI to ask you one question at a time, it'll tell you what it thinks it's missing and that it needs, and instead of filling in the gaps for you. And so then it allows you to apply your voice. It also allows you to have a better output, because I say this, the way any data, whether it's QuickBooks or AI, garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. I'm going to use that. I have not heard that before, so I've learned a couple good things about AI since I've gotten up here doing these interviews. So what's one piece of content that you created that really resonated with your audience?
Yeah, I leverage AI for content ideas all the time, right? I'm constantly asking it for, hey, how should I do this? How should I do that, right? And so, for example, one piece of content, and I really do think this is true, a lot of real estate professionals, they're missing the trick to getting engagement with their audience, because they spend a lot of time posting what I will call vanity metrics, right? Stuff that's about them and not about their audience, right? They also fail to, I think, post content that, it's one thing to make fun of yourself or make fun of, real estate as an industry, but we shouldn't be making fun of customers, which I do see a lot of content around that, which I always shake my head at. But I do some content that personalizes me. Okay. So a funny video that we did recently was my husband caught me sleeping on an airplane.
Great.
I know, not a flattering video at all. But it was taking that vulnerable moment and making a joke out of it that I think really resonated with the audience, because people realized I was literally actually asleep, right, when the video was taken. Another piece of content was personalizing my story with my daughter. I think I was telling you backstage, my daughter went, we dropped her off for college, she's my baby, and I put together like a moment memorializing that experience and what that was like. And I think people resonate with that personal side. Yeah. Mind you, neither of those images had anything to do with selling real estate, right? But I think people connect with you because they're experiencing the same things that you're experiencing.
Yeah, absolutely. And so when we, you talk about the curiosity gap. So tell me what you mean by that.
Yeah, I wrote a blog about it on my website, buildingsmartagents.com. And the curiosity gap is a trick that very professional marketers know, that I think real estate professionals, we have many titles. Marketer is one of them. Yes. But sometimes I feel like we don't do the research, the homework, the investigation that we should about how to do our jobs better in those spaces. And so I've done a lot of homework on this. How do YouTubers get us to click on their thumbnails? Yeah. They use what's called the curiosity gap. And the curiosity gap is the difference between what they want to know, what they know, and what they don't know yet, right? So imagine if I'm doing a video and I have something covered on the table, and you're like, what does she have covered? Yeah. Right? Well, now you want to watch the video to see, what am I going to reveal? What am I going to unveil underneath the tablecloth, right? So it's leveraging curiosity to get people to click. They use it in ads. I mean, we see it every day, right? It's the thing that gets us to watch.
Oh yeah, I mean, it works on me. If you give me a good vintage haul any day, I'm gonna watch what you bought. Yeah. If it's vintage.
Right.
so yes, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone wants to see what's next.
Yeah. And let's talk about agent to consumer communication and the difference between agent to agent.
Yeah. So as far as, one of the things that I tell people all the time, the other piece that I think in addition to the curiosity gap that's missing in marketing is message to market match, okay? Meaning people, again, just do blanket messaging, blanket marketing, not recognizing how important the target audience is, right? And so I have a saying, if you speak to everyone, you speak to no one. Yeah. And so it's so important that when we're targeting certain groups of people that we're trying to market to and speak to, that we target our message to them. So for example, I wrote a blog about the data Ds, right? The greatest list I've ever seen, I think, was like 8 or 9. I came up with 14 data Ds, okay? And my point in saying that is like someone who's been through a death or a divorce, because those are motivated movers for a lot of different reasons. But it's very different than how you might talk to someone who's got a growing family, diapers or diamonds, right? And so having marketing that speaks to them is what typically is that call out. Like, I don't know if you've ever been on Instagram and there's an ad, and you feel like they're talking to me, right? Click, right? What do? We click on that ad because you feel connected to it. You feel like you are the target audience. And so there's a power in that. And when real estate professionals can get really good at their marketing skills and really dial in on the curiosity gap and the message to market match, then that is what turns them from chasing leads to attracting clients, because now people are feeling like they're talking to you, right? Or you're talking to them, I should say. And so then they're more interested, conversion rates go up, conversations go up. And so it's super important when you're talking to your audience that you know exactly who you're talking to and you dial that in.
Okay, that's really interesting. So tell me a little bit about your team and what you're doing right now to get everybody on board with AI and also kind of, keep the retention of the team together and move forward.
Yeah, that's a big question. Lots of pieces there.
Yes.
So, I'm the co-founder of the Kendall Bonner team in Tampa, Florida. My husband actually runs the team today, so I can do my day job.
Yes.
And basically, we started the team, just under 4 years ago from scratch. No portal leads, no door knocking, no for sale by owners or expireds. I mean, I went all in on Google. So I went all in on lead generation and marketing, really putting to test like these ideas that I had around how to attract clients to us. And we have about 10 to 12 agents, I believe, on the team at this time. Okay. Always looking to grow and to hire.
Yeah.
So
are those, before you go on, are those downline or actual team?
That's our team.
Okay.
This is just our team.
Okay.
Yeah. And so these are agents that, they brand themselves as a part of the Kendall Bonner team out to the community and do transactions in our marketplace. And so, some of the things that we do, we try to have fun with our team. So not only do we do training and meetings and all that normal jazz, we do fun stuff. Like just last week, we met at a restaurant and did game show trivia. And it was hilarious. And we took turns answering, and it was such a good bonding experience. But we do stuff like that. We'll go bowling. We do the trivia. Next stop is karaoke because I like to sing. So we like to do fun stuff like that. And I think that really creates bond. And also too, I've empowered my agents on my team to also be leaders, right?
Okay.
So I think when you set that expectation, like you are a leader, you are as much responsible for the culture of this team as I am. Yeah. That empowers them. Our team members get together on their own without Bill and I to continue to bond, to grow their business, to do vision planning. And I'm proud of that. Yeah. Because I feel like they know that they are empowered to be the best versions of themselves.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Thank you.
My final question is just, why don't you leave our audience with one great piece of advice on whether it's AI or marketing that you want to share?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to go a different route. It's one of my favorite quotes that has resonated with me forever, and it came from a book called The Road Less Stupid by Keith Cunningham. It's a business book. Highly recommend. And he said, the quality of your life is a direct reflection of what you make non-negotiable. And I love this quote because you can insert anything. You say the quality of your family is a direct reflection of what you make non-negotiable. The quality of your health, the quality of your business is a direct reflection of what you make non-negotiable. And the reason why this is important to me is because as human beings, we are really good negotiators, especially when it comes to ourselves. We can negotiate ourselves out of doing anything. And so I want to encourage people to stop setting goals and start creating commitments, start creating non-negotiables for your business and for your life, because I feel like your best version of yourself is on the other side of that.
Great. I love that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall, for joining our live stream today. Great advice and several nuggets I'm taking away, so appreciate that.
It's an honor. Thank you, Tracy, for having me.
And for our audience listening, we have our next live at 3 o'clock with Burton Kelso, and he will be talking about protecting yourself from cyber threats. So join us then. Welcome back to Florida Realtors Live. I'm your host, Tracy Velt. I'm the contributing editor of Florida Realtor Magazine and also host of Real Trending from Housing Wire, a podcast for agents, teams, executives, all things real estate. So welcome to our top producer panel. We have Kristin Green-Vogt. She is a broker associate with Century 21 Integra Realty in Lake Mary, and Dan Grieb, CEO and founder of the Dan Grieb Home to Sell team at Keller Williams in Orlando. So welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. So I'm going to start with the obvious. Both of you are ranked highly on the Real Trends Verified rankings. And I want to talk about the hardest lesson you've learned. I'll start with Kristin.
Sure.
The hardest lesson you've learned since you said you started in 2008.
Yes, in 2008, I started my business. It was during a pretty difficult time in the real estate market, and I, stuck to my business plan of getting going, and I really grew very, very quickly. And so the biggest challenge there for me that I learned was I didn't have enough systems or a strong foundation. So in hindsight, I'm like, gosh, if I really had had that opportunity to start from the beginning with that strong foundation and those systems. So I ended up having to actually kind of do the whole thing backwards.
Okay. Yeah, the systems are always so important.
Yes.
And Dan, what about you?
I think my answer is going to be largely the same. I got into the business. I experienced a lot of success. My first year in real estate, I figured, just like other real estate agents, if I could make $100,000, I'd be rich, right? And my first year, I actually sold 42 houses and made over $242,000. Was able to profit a lot of that.
Yeah.
My second year, I sold 78 houses, $342,000. But I hadn't changed my financial thermostat.
Yeah.
So my business grew. I didn't personally grow.
Yeah.
And what happened is I ended up doing all the classic mistakes. I bought a big house. You'll never guess what kind of car I bought, a BMW, brand new, right?
Yes.
And did I pay my taxes that year? No, of course not. I didn't pay my taxes. So now the market shifts, year 3, and I've got myself, I'm upside down on a house. I've got a car I can't sell, and the IRS is garnishing me. All the classic mistakes I made, but that was actually the season that prepared me for the rest of my career. So what we know is that if you grow from here to here, that's success, right? Actually, real success is a grow, a stabilizing period, a growth, a stabilizing period, and if you fall, you just fall one step. I wish that's the story I could tell. I learned the lessons the hard way, just like Kristin has.
Oh, that is so interesting. I mean, and it's so true. I mean, you see, I've seen it. I've seen real estate agents, whether they're individuals or teams, rise up the rankings and then fall or not even, rank the next year. And some of it is market driven, obviously, but some of it also is just they're reinventing themselves because whatever they were doing before was working, but temporarily. So, obviously this market, deals are harder to come by. And I want to find out, what are kind of your daily habits or non-negotiables? And we'll start with you.
Yeah, well, I think first off is, I hear the story about deals are hard to come by, but I'm actually going to have a record-breaking year.
Great.
Record-breaking month. And the reality is when a market goes south like it has, it reveals all of the mistakes you're making.
Yeah.
And when the market's going up, it conceals all the mistakes you're making. Well, for me, I've never changed. I am a database-based agent.
Okay.
I make my calls. I live by a schedule. I have an assistant that does a great job of making sure I do my daily follow-ups. I'm at the place, at the times, doing the things I'm supposed to be doing. And I don't buy into the myth that a down market is actually a terrible thing. Actually, the most quickest exchange of wealth will always occur during a down market. Yeah. So actually, this is your time.
Yeah. Kristin.
Yeah, I think it's just staying consistent, whether the market is good or harder, like we're mentioning. As long as you're doing those daily tasks that you do that are creating business for you. When you're busy, it's hard to commit to those items. When you're slow, it's easier. But if you're able to balance both plates and really be doing those same simple but very important activities each day by reaching out to your sphere, communicating with your database, and all those sorts of things, then you're not going to feel it nearly as much.
So what do you think is the number one thing you're doing right now that contributes to your success?
I think it's still just doing it all. I do open houses, I do mail outs, I do social media, I do calls, I do pop-bys. Everything is on the table and just no shortcuts right now, do it double time kind of thing.
Okay.
But yeah, what I'm doing is all of it.
Okay, Dan?
Well, if you were to narrow it down to one or two three things, I'm looking for the people that have to do business in this market. There's two types of people in every market.
Right.
Those that have to and those that want to.
Yeah.
So if you were to look at your life like a VIP pyramid and say, who are the top 10% of the people in the whole marketplace that have to sell real estate? Well, that'll be a probate attorney. That would be a builder.
Yeah.
That would be folks who are in some type of distressed situation, and I'm targeting them like I have in the other markets. It's just now is the time because that's where it's more prevalent, right?
Yeah.
And then relationships matter more than ever before.
Yes.
With the introduction of AI, with there being so much access to information, the relationship what matters.
Yeah.
And so I'm just really leaning into those relationships at a really high level.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about relationships,
Always
right?
has been.
I mean, yeah, that will never change with real estate. And that's why, all these study after study show, no matter what goes on in the market, what goes on with, regulatory change, and that agents are always in use. They're always valuable. Consumers consistently say they choose to use an agent for a transaction.
I don't think AI is going to ever put us out of business.
Yeah.
What will put us out of business is agents who use AI.
That's interesting, and that's not necessarily wrong. So agents are trying to scale before they're ready, and we kind of talked about this a little bit. So what's your advice for someone producing at mid-level who really wants to scale? Kristin?
So I would just go back to building that strong foundation for yourself, financially getting yourself in a position where you understand you're going into a growth pattern, because there is a learning curve with that, and there is a lot of outgoing financial obligations, especially until you figure out how that looks once you start scaling. So it'd be really secure in what you do, what your brand stands for, what your goal is, and being financially ready to take that on and train and get those folks ready to do the same thing you're doing. But that growth, I think, is just really coming from a stable place and some money.
Yeah, and you obviously learned the hard way that whatever you were doing wasn't right. So what did you do that then propelled you the next year?
Yeah, so the question is about scaling, right?
Yes.
But the reality here is, what is this idea of scaling we're talking about?
Yeah.
Is it adding people to your business? Is it freeing up your time so you can do more things? Or is it really a question about profitability? I think if we change the conversation to how do I become more profitable, I'm going to tell you to not fall for the trap. A lot of agents fall for the trap of, let me go recruit a bunch of agents, let me go talk about things that really don't matter. We know that sides don't matter. I mean, listen, I'm not on this panel because of the sides I've done or the transactions I've done or the size of my team. I'm on this because of my tenure in business and the success in every market throughout the years. And it's because I've only focused on the thing that mattered the most. It was profitability. So when you think about scaling, you're thinking about scaling to profit goals, not scaling to unit goals, volume goals, or size of your team goals.
Yeah, I don't know that most agents really know their profitability. Give them some advice.
Yes, well, first thing I want to do is, here's the big wake-up call in reality of life is I was a police officer before I did what I do now. And I made $50,000 a year working, overtime, details, grinding. And now I'm in real estate and I'm grinding now, but I make more sometimes in a week than I made in a year. Now think about that. Now, you're in a business that allows you to margin tremendously. As a solo agent like she's a very successful solo agent. She's able to margin 80% of her company dollar. That means for every dollar that comes in, she can pass 80 cents to that to herself. Well, for me, as a small business person, my goal is 50%.
Okay.
If I bring in $2 million in gross revenue, then that means I get to walk out with $1 million. There are no businesses like that.
No.
Not if you own a 7-Eleven. Not if you own a refrigeration company. Not if you own a restaurant. For sure, if you don't own a restaurant. So when you understand that, then now you're looking at scaling and asking the question, what am I really building? And what's the fastest way to profitability? You selling something.
Yeah, absolutely. So Kristin, I'm going to talk about, you were ranked number 19 in individuals in the state for transaction sides, which is incredible. And you're with Century 21 Integra. So what unique advantages or challenges have you faced kind of building this high side business inside of a major franchise?
So the benefit, a lot of folks really look to that big box brand. They trust it, they know it. So you have that background of marketing and their support in that aspect. So that part was huge. I would say the disadvantage is kind of standing out in that pool of people that you're then in at that point. our advantage of my brand, I think, is we really deliver something that's very different. It's very customer service oriented. So I think my brand within the Century 21 brand kind of means two very separate things.
Yeah.
So they're kind of getting the best of both worlds. You get the big box backing, as well as that local concierge level community service.
Yes, and I know you're really good at that concierge level service.
I am.
We featured it in Florida Realtor Magazine. It's been a couple of years
It
now.
has.
We
It's
might
been
have to
like
talk
4
to
or
you
5,
again,
I think. Yeah, it's been a little bit.
Yeah. So Dan, you're leading the #1 small team in Florida by sides. So obviously that's no accident, and you've built systems, and your leadership has taken you there. So tell me a little bit about those systems or processes that were true game changers for your team and for you.
Yeah, so thank you. That's a great question. And the reality here is the more that real estate changes, the more it stays the same. It's actually just doing old school real estate.
Yeah.
And tracking, how many great phone calls are you having a day? Now, what is a great phone call? A great phone call is when you elevate a relationship, you specifically ask for business, or you exchange some types of goods or services, right? Now, are you tracking that? Are you tracking how many actual handwritten note cards you send out?
Yeah.
Every member of my team has to send out 20 handwritten note cards a week.
Okay.
Are you tracking how many buyer appointments or seller appointments you got? Are you tracking the referrals you're getting? Are you paying attention to the dollars you're spending and making them behave? That's just old school real estate. That's not a new concept.
Right.
What's happened right now is you get to overlay that with technology, and if you do it properly, you can leverage yourself in ways and scale yourself in ways that you never have before. You can actually do twice as much business in less amount of time with those systems in place, married together.
Great. So I'm going to ask each of you a final question. Dan, I'll start with you. One game-changing piece of advice you could offer our audience right now.
Well, I'm going to go to a profitability thing. The game-changing advice I would give you is pay attention to your money. And I have this saying, no one cares about your money like you care about your money.
Yeah.
And again, the truth be told, there's only one reason why you come to work, and that's to make a lot of money. But if you're going to be away from your family, you're not going to do it for $1. If I asked you to come work for me for $1 a day, would you do that?
No.
No, you'd say, I'd just rather be home with my family.
Right.
So if we reverse engineered that question, you would say, I have a responsibility, if I'm going to be away from my family, to make as much money as possible while providing a great service. So pay attention to your money, have real goals, and hire mentors. That's what I would say.
Great. Kristin.
My advice would be do what you do best and delegate the rest.
Yeah.
I had a mentor at one point that shared my time was worth $400 an hour. So if it was an activity that I could hire someone else to do it for less than that was something that needed to be delegated. So as you're trying to grow, it is kind of scary at the beginning where it's going out before it's coming in, but that's the only way to really not burn out, keep the stamina going, and be able to be in this for the long haul.
Well, great. Thank you, both of you, for sharing your vast knowledge. I appreciate it. And for those of you watching, stand by for reaction to Marcus Lemonis's session here today. And at 3 o'clock, we have Burton Kelso on cybersecurity.
Wow, what a session with major producers. I got to tell you guys, that was awesome. And I'm standing right now at the exit of our main ballroom. Marcus Lemonis just wrapped up an amazing session. It was standing room only in there, guys. And I'm going to start grabbing some of these attendees as they're walking out to kind of get their impressions of how well this session was for them, if they were able to grab some really good golden pieces of information, some golden nuggets, as I like to call them, and see what they have to say. So let's go ahead and see who we can talk to that's willing to share with us their experience. Would you be willing to speak with us for just a minute here? Hi, guys. So tell us, Tammy, where are you from? I see that you're with the Kai's company as well. And tell us who you are, where you're from, and what you thought of the Marcus Lemonis session.
So I'm Tammy Tedesco. I'm with the Kai's Company down in Fort Pierce. He was very enlightening. Just, you know what, he's done very well in life, you can tell, but it's what he can give back to other people that he's trying to bring on to the rest of us, I think.
That's amazing. Was there anything that kind of stood out for you, like a little golden piece of information that really resonated?
Just to find your why. I feel like he's trying to tell everybody to find their why and to be good to themselves.
That's excellent. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great conference. Right, let's see who else we can talk to, because as you can see, guys, this was a packed room. So let's see who else we can grab here that we can talk to here briefly. Let's see. And as you guys can see, it is just, people are rushing out here. So let me see who I can grab. Hi there, you got a second to talk to us? No? All right. Everyone's trying to make it to sessions, guys. We have some great educational classes happening, so I know everyone's rushing out to the next scene. But let's see who we got that we can grab here. Mark, you got a second to talk?
I do have a second.
Excellent. So Mark, let us know, I know you were in the session here with Marcus Lemonis.
Yeah.
Let us know who you are, where you're from, and what you thought of today's session.
All right, so I'm from Panama City Beach. I work for D.R. Horton, new home builder. I'm a qualifying broker for D.R. Horton, and I wanted to come learn everything I could about how we can help buyers get into homes.
That's excellent. Was there any takeaways, any type of like aha moments for you today?
Just the process, being more people, don't worry about AI. We are the people to get people in houses.
That's excellent. Great information. Thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate you talking with us. Let's see if we can grab maybe one more person here. I know that they were definitely clouding out, coming out here. Well, we got Mr. Henry here.
Hey, great guy.
Hey, Henry, you got a second to talk to me?
Go ahead.
All right, so Henry, tell us who you are, where you're from, your company association, and what you thought of the Marcus Lemonis session. And let our friends at home watching live right now know what they missed.
Henry Kaplan, sales manager, Century 21 Tennis Realty, Boynton Beach, Florida. In the business 41 years in many different avenues. And Marcus Lemonis is like one of my favorite TV personalities because he says it like it is. People have to hear the truth. And the message is, if you don't get up, dress up, show up, and do right by people first, and feel really good about yourself, then you're never going to be successful in this business. So Marcus is the man.
He killed it. He killed it then.
Killed it.
So
Awesome.
Would you say that made your experience worth it to come to the? I know there's a lot more going on.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it wasn't about Marcus, but when I saw it, it was the icing on the cake. 100%.
Excellent. And if you had to tell our friends back home anything at all, what would be the one thing that you would say was the main takeaway aside from what we discussed?
The main takeaway from him?
Yeah.
Hearing other people's stories and him pulling out from them what they may need to reconsider to make it to the next level, make it to the top of the mountain. And he starts at the bottom and he works his way up, helping people every day. We need to help people with the home ownership. That's the main thing, no matter what it takes. Don't be selective.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Henry. Well, I think we have time for one more interview. So you know what? Let's see who we can grab. Just follow me on in here and see if we can maybe. Who do we have? All right, you want to talk? Let's talk.
He runs for public office. Get him going.
Oh yeah, Marcus? Is that what you're saying? Well, come on, give me one quick second here. All right, well let's run.
Just get him going.
All right, so you heard it. They want him to run for office. He was that great. Maria, you got a second for me?
Sure.
All right, Maria,
Hi.
tell me who you are, where you're from, and what you thought of today's session. Let's go ahead and move on this way so we don't get trampled by all the people coming out. Guys, as you can see, there's a lot of action going on here. So Maria, tell me, who are you, where you're from?
Okay,
and what you thought of the session?
I am Maria Howell, and I am the Emerald Coast Association of Realtors president this year. So excited to have our whole group here, and that session was amazing. Oh my gosh, I mean, the things that he said, taking care of yourself, CRM, and the way he just related with everybody and how he walked around. And it was, it connected so deeply with me.
Excellent. And if you were to say, what's that, obviously we talked about, taking care of yourself first and foremost, right? Making sure that you're taking care so you can take care of other people. But what's that one golden nugget that really, really resonated outside of that? Was there anything else that really jumped out at you that was like kind of like an aha moment?
I mean, I think it always goes back to that CRM, component. It's like we all have it, but we don't use it effectively. And I think that just kind of gave me a little nudge, like I've got to do a better job.
That's so true. I mean, a lot of the times we chase that shiny object, and the reality is that any CRM is good if you're using it, right? Because it doesn't matter how great it is if you're not using it. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. Well, there you have it, guys. As you can see, all the reactions are super positive from what we're seeing coming out of the general session this year with Marcus Lemonis. We have a lot of great stuff in store. We have a lot of other great classes happening. Our day is just getting started. So make sure, guys, that you're staying in tune. Make sure that you are subscribing to the channel, like, follow, share with your fellow realtors. And as always, thank you guys for hanging out and watching. We're going to go ahead and send it back to our main stage with a lot more information that they have coming your way. So stay tuned.
At Florida Realtors, we are all about innovation for our members. We're always listening to feedback, researching, and continuously striving to build platforms and to introduce tools to help your business grow and flourish. In 2024, the NAR Technology Survey revealed that Realtors cited e-signature as their #1 most impactful business technology tool. And that's why I am incredibly excited to introduce SableSign. SableSign is the new official electronic signature solution built by Florida Realtors for Florida Realtors. That means this is not a third-party platform. This is your platform. We listened to you, and we built a tool that offers improved reliability and mobile functionality for seamless, secure online signatures. You can sign anywhere and at any time. You can trust every signature. It's really that easy. And the best part is, it's available now. Check out the website for more information or to get started. And welcome to the new era of digital signing, redefined.
You give me a song to sing.
Meals of hope, baby.
Meals of hope.
Meals of hope.
Meals of hope!
Just reach out.
At Florida Realtors, we are all about innovation for our members. We're always listening to feedback, researching, and continuously striving to build platforms and to introduce tools to help your business grow and flourish. In 2024, the NAR Technology Survey revealed that Realtors cited e-signature as their #1 most impactful business technology tool. And that's why I am incredibly excited to introduce SableSign. SableSign is the new official electronic signature solution built by Florida Realtors for Florida Realtors. That means this is not a third-party platform. This is your platform. We listened to you, and we built a tool that offers improved reliability and mobile functionality for seamless, secure online signatures. You can sign anywhere and at any time. You can trust every signature. It's really that easy. And the best part is, it's available now. Check out the website for more information or to get started. And welcome to the new era of digital signing, redefined.
Mills of hope, baby.
Mills of hope.
Mills of hope.
Wheels of hope.
Welcome back to our final Florida Realtor Live for today. My name is Tracy Velt. I'm your host, and I am a contributing editor with Florida Realtor Magazine. I also host the Real Trending podcast from Housing Wire. And today I have Burton Kelso. He is the owner and chief technology expert at Integral in Kansas City. So welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yes, this is awesome.
So we're going to talk all things cybersecurity, and we really want to dig into AI specifically. So real estate professionals, we know with wire fraud and everything, they're prime targets for cybercrime. So what are the AI-based cybercrime threats that you're seeing right now?
Well, when we talk about cybercrime, we have to express that cybercrime is a human problem. And so every device that every realtor owns is immune to a cyber attack, meaning that no one's going to break into your phone or no one's going to break into your computer. It's criminals tricking you to falling for a phishing scheme in order to get access to your information. So when we talk about cybercrime and AI, we're talking about AI-based threats that are targeted to allow criminals to imitate realtors using AI, and also, since they're based overseas, it allows them to use correct grammar. So you don't see phishing emails with misspelled words or just incorrect sentence structure. So AI has definitely changed the game, making it easier for criminals to attack real estate agents.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is the perfect time for me to listen because I just received an email and a letter in the mail from U.S. Bank saying that I've been approved. My application was approved for a business checking account, which I had never opened. So what are some real-world examples of how cyber criminals are using AI to target individuals?
You'll love this. It's not real estate related, but it gives you a good example. So a couple of years ago, the MGM Grand was hacked in Las Vegas. And the way that worked is criminals did not break into the computers at the MGM Grand. What they did is they got on LinkedIn, which obviously a lot of realtors use, and they found out who the HR manager was for the MGM Grand. Once they did that, they called the office, cloned the voice of the HR manager. Then they called the office with the cloned HR manager's voice and were able to get the username and passwords to log into the MGM Grand network. Once that was done, they were able to install ransomware, and of course it affected all of the computers across Las Vegas for the MGM Grand property. So that's how it works. Again, it's not criminals breaking into stuff.
Right.
It's criminals tricking people to giving up important information to do the nefarious things that they do. Same thing with wire fraud. You get a phishing email, the buyer or seller does, and then they think that they're supposed to wire money to a specific account, and it goes to the criminal as opposed to the actual title company.
Yeah, that's a big problem in real estate. So we talked about a recent attack like the MGM, and I'm also hearing a lot about voice cloning and deepfakes, which is exactly what they did. So how can those AI-generated impersonations kind of take advantage of agents, and how can they protect themselves against that?
Well, one of the things where we're talking about real-world examples, I'm going to go take a step back.
Okay.
Social media accounts are used by criminals in order to commandeer realtors who have a large following, and they are able to extract cryptocurrency from unsuspecting people. So it's not always the wire fraud that's done directly with email. It's also through social media, and those are some great real-world examples of how criminals are taking advantage of realtors, using their followers to make money, whether it be crypto or sometimes they will promote other products under that realtor's banner. So you need to realtors need to make sure that they're protecting their social media accounts to make sure that they're not commandeered. But what was your...
I was going to say, how can they protect themselves? Obviously, two-factor authentication, but what are some other ways?
So one of the best ways to protect yourself from a cyber scam is to, number one, make sure that your information isn't floating on the dark web. There are websites like haveibeenpwned.com that allow you to go to the website and ensure that your information isn't floating around on the dark web. Because criminals can go into like social media accounts and email accounts, because unfortunately real estate agents use free accounts like AOL and Gmail, and they're able to get the credentials to log into those accounts, and once they're in, they're able to steal correspondence back and forth and come in as a third party to trick buyers and sellers to giving out their information. So number one is to be vigilant. You mentioned the second one, which is to turn on two-step or two-factor authentication.
Right.
But the third way, and kind of the fourth way, is to stop using passwords and use passphrases instead. Passphrases are two unrelated words that create a secure password, meaning that you would put together words like stinky chicken or fluffy rhinoceros or even like maybe squeaky dog. And those passphrases are more secure than just using a standard password. If you use your standard 8-character password, it could take a criminal less than 3 hours to break into your account. But with a passphrase, you're talking centuries before a criminal can actually get access to your online accounts and your social media. Yeah.
Yeah, so
And-
why is that?
Well, it's because they have utilities, meaning the cyber criminals that can go in and like figure out passwords like within seconds. And so if you just have random numbers, then it's easy to go through and put together random numbers using an algorithm or even AI to log into that account using just a random word password. But with a passphrase, since it's two unrelated phrases, it's longer for criminals to get that algorithm to figure out what the passphrase is in order to get into that online account.
Even if you have like letters, numbers, symbols?
It doesn't matter.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's why passphrases are good. And another thing I was going to suggest for realtors to invest in is to start using pass keys. And pass key is essentially biometric. So your login for your laptop or your phone is either tied into your fingerprint or your face. And so a pass key allows it to not only allow you to log into your device, but you can also log into online accounts too, such as not Facebook, but LinkedIn has that ability. QuickBooks Online has that ability. And even if you use a free or a paid Gmail account, you can use a pass key to log in as opposed to just using a standard password. And biometrics are more secure than just typing in something in because it's, it's part of your body.
That's interesting.
Unless someone takes your finger off, then they're not getting into your online account, right?
Yeah. I'm going to have to change my passwords now.
Yes, you are. Start using passphrases instead of passwords, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
So AI is making phishing and spear phishing more convincing and harder to detect for real estate professionals. How are they doing that?
Well, under normal circumstances, your legitimate AI tools such as ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, and Gemini don't allow you to put the prompt in, hey, can you create the perfect phishing email? But criminals have their own large language models like Fraud GPT and like Scam GPT that are designed to help criminals come up with different ways that they can trick realtors into giving up their personal information. So people think, oh, ChatGPT is evil. No, the companies that make those products don't want cyber criminals to take advantage of AI. But criminals themselves are smart enough to make their own chatbots that are designed to trick people into giving up their personal information. So it's as easy as it is for a real estate agent to go in to make a listing with AI. Criminals can make a scam email using AI as well.
Well, and the one thing I just learned because of this business checking is that I have credit freezes on my name, my husband's name, my kids' names, and I don't have one on, well, I do now, but I didn't have one on my business name. And I didn't even know that was a thing.
Right.
So obviously it's something good to have, right?
Well, credit freeze is always good if you think that your information's been leaked onto the dark web. So if you go to a website like Have I Been Pwned, and you know that personal information has been linked, such as government IDs, passwords, addresses, then you know that in order to protect yourself, you do have to put a freeze on your personal credit. But if your business credentials start leaking onto the dark web, then obviously a business freeze is a good thing for real estate agents to do as well.
Yeah, well, it had to be my business credentials because they opened it in my business name.
Can you believe that doing a credit freeze is probably one of the top things that you can do in order to protect your accounts from fraud? A lot of people think that you have to get LifeLock or any other credit monitoring tools, but just freezing your credit, that's one of the best things to do to keep yourself safe from hackers.
Yeah, and I was told that I should do all three of the credit
bureaus.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Yeah, you're good. Yes.
Yeah. So that was interesting advice too from the bank that.
Right, and so the thing about using all three credit bureaus is the fact that when you run a credit report, you're getting a free report because you can run one credit bureau every quarter because you get one free report every quarter. So if you keep on top of all three bureaus, then it just is a way for you to save some money, but at the same time making sure that all of your online accounts are safe and secure.
Yeah, absolutely. So once you're hacked, recovery in a lot of cases can be brutal. So what steps should agents take today to secure their social accounts? We talked a little bit about this, but, TikTok, all of that, so they're not frequent targets.
Right. So again, with social media, to make sure that all of your accounts are secured, you've got to make sure that your information isn't floating around on the dark web. Because in this crazy real estate game that we're in, it's hard to keep track of when you change the password last for social media, email, or even your website, because a lot of real estate agents are using site builder tools like Wix and Squarespace in order to build websites. So in order to protect your brand, first make sure that your information isn't floating around on the dark web. If it is, you need to go in and change the passwords for all of your accounts immediately. And I shouldn't say passwords, passphrases.
Yes.
And make sure that each passphrase each passphrase is different for each of your online accounts, because obviously some realtors, I'm not going to mention any names, use the same username and password for all of their logins, so you can't do that. But the main thing is just to be vigilant, build up your personal firewall and understand how to recognize a phishing email that comes in, and how to make sure that your online accounts are secure with two-factor authentication. Make sure that you're using passkeys, but then also make sure that you are aware of all of the scams that are currently going on. Like there's wire fraud scams, so obviously realtors need to be letting their buyers and sellers know that these scams are going on, but also just understand that your devices can't be hacked, because sometimes there will be a message that pops up on your phone or your computer that says you've been hacked, and it's scare tactics and social engineering that gets you to give out personal information that will get your accounts hacked. So building your human firewall is probably one of the best things to do, and making sure that you know how to spot a scam and changing your login credentials on a regular basis is the best way to stay safe.
So a lot of realtors will do work out in the field, and they'll log into like Starbucks Wi-Fi and that. I use a VPN.
Right.
Do you suggest a VPN? Are there other things they should be doing?
Oh, all my cybersecurity friends are going to shoot me. With Wi-Fi, the important thing is to remember if you're connecting to the right Wi-Fi. So if you're at an airport, you need to make sure you're connecting to the official airport Wi-Fi rather than just any random free Wi-Fi that pops up. Because you can do it, but again, if it's a legitimate one, then you're not going to run into any trouble because they're not monitoring your stuff. But if you go to, like, say, the library, no one hangs out at the library, and it's not hacker haven, so you could easily connect to the library's Wi-Fi and not worry about anything. But obviously, using a VPN is not a bad idea. Also, the ultimate protection would be to use your phone's mobile hotspot in order to ensure that no one's going to get your information. And I think that's the best choice as opposed to using a VPN. Because sometimes VPNs will slow down your internet connection. But if you use your phone's hotspot, you're going to get faster speed, and obviously in this world of real estate that way, and the quicker you can get information, the better off you are. But as far as your mobile hotspot, it's virtually impossible for a criminal to intercept your mobile hotspot signal, because from your mobile phone to your carrier, it's just a direct connection. So criminals would have to hack the entire network to get to your device, as opposed to just logging into like a Wi-Fi and then getting to your device. But the other thing too with Wi-Fi, most phones and computers aren't sharing their personal folders. So even if you were on a Wi-Fi hotspot with the criminal, then they probably wouldn't be able to see the information on your device. They may be able to see what websites you visit, but they don't necessarily see all that important information.
So they can't see if you log into a website when you're there.
They'll see the website, but they may not necessarily get the login credentials. But if you're connected to a criminal's Wi-Fi, it's easier for them to send out like a pop-up or a text alert. So wouldn't recommend it, but if you're in a pinch and you've got to do something that's non-critical, then do it.
And are there any AI-based tools that can help you monitor this? And is it Have I Been Cloned, like CLONED?
It's Have I Been Pwned, PWNED.com. Pwned is like a hacker or gamer code for you've been owned.
You didn't know that.
I know, right? Yeah. But as far as AI tools, no, other than antivirus software. But the thing that most realtors should know about antivirus software. It's built into most devices. So Apple devices already have antivirus software built in, so it'll pop up and let you know that, you know, there's something nefarious going on. Same thing with Windows computers, and smartphone and tablets are really designed not to allow anybody in. It's, again, it's more about building up your human firewall that's going to keep you safe rather than some AI tool that is going to monitor and make sure that you're safe from hacks and attacks.
Great. I'm asking these questions for me as well as the audience.
I figured you were, yeah. Most people do.
Definitely.
Yes.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate you joining our live today and doing a Take 5 video. And when... tune in tomorrow for our next live interview. Starts at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and we have a full day of great content for you. Thanks.
Thank you.
I almost would.
Dreaming dreams of truth. We're out of touch and we're out of line. From the eyes of an honest mind. Maybe we are, but that's alright. Raising our hands to the sky.
Man, I'm telling you, I don't know. Oh, we're live. Sorry. I'm just looking at how I can't even reach the floor here. And I don't know why I'm sitting here when we have a perfectly good stage and podium to use. You know what, Adrian, follow me up here, man. Let me feel important for a little bit. Because, you know, we've been running around all day. So let me just sit down and give you guys a little bit of information of how we wrapped up day one of the Florida Realtors Conference and Expo. Because it has been an action-packed day. It has been amazing. As you can see, everyone is getting ready to go to the afternoon sessions, maybe do a little bit of networking. We have a lot of amazing events still happening. So if you're here on site, stay tuned because there's still a lot going on. You have the Party on the Moon happening later, but I wanted to give you guys a couple updates as to what happened throughout the day because as you know, we covered a lot. We covered, of course, the general session with Anthony Lemonis, with Marcus Lemonis, sorry, which you guys just saw a little while ago. We got what I'm saying, right? A lot of food was packed. We were just shy of 40,000, which of course was a higher goal that we had set for ourselves, but our original goal was 35. And as I expected, our realtor family did not disappoint and they killed and crushed that goal by succeeding at 38,000 pounds, which is amazing. But guys, the buck doesn't stop there. We have a lot more work to do and we're gonna continue to do that year after year. So if you're at home, if you're seeing us live from the comfort of your home, make sure that you can participate next year. Make sure that you come up here so that you can help so that we can continue to increase those numbers. But tomorrow we have a really packed agenda and we're gonna be going live throughout the entire time for you guys. We're going to be starting it off with our friends from Toronto. They were supposed to be here today, so if you expected on seeing that session today, we're sorry we disappointed, but hey, we have no control over the weather or air traffic control, and unfortunately, they had a little bit of plane issues, if you know what I mean. The weather just wasn't cooperating, but they're still on their way here, and we're going to feature them tomorrow, hopefully nice and bright and early at 9:30 in the morning, but hey, this is live TV. You don't know what's going to happen, so it could happen later in the day. So that's why you got to like, comment, follow, and share, so this way you're notified. As long as you hit that bell icon next time that we go live or post a video. We also have our very own CEO for the company that I represent, Kai's. She's going to be here tomorrow talking about the brokerage of the future with Miss Christina Pappas. She's a brilliant young lady and she's going to be talking to us tomorrow at 10 o'clock right here on this stage. We also have Michael LaFido with Luxury Real Estate Conversations also happening here around 10:30. You have our NAREIT executive panel, our National Association of Realtors. They have came in to speak with us and we're going to be having a full panel with them interviewed by your very own Florida Realtors president, Mr. Tim Weishire. That's going to be happening at 11:15, so make sure that you tune in for that. It's going to be a very insightful conversation. We have Victor Lund, who's going to be talking about implementing AI in real estate. As you guys have heard all day long, AI is one of the hottest topics that we're seeing here in the corridors, in the rooms, in the classrooms. Everyone seems to not be able to get enough of AI, and Victor Lund will be here on this very stage tomorrow at 12:30 to speak about that. So make sure you tune in there. Then we go on to Chris Bird, who's going to be talking about tax changes and impacts on realtors. As you guys know, we kind of get a little bit crazy when it comes to tax season. A lot of us maybe kind of fumble that a little bit, and he is going to be here to pretty much give us some tools, some tips, some tricks to make sure that we're up to date on the latest changes when it comes to tax season. And then we're going to go into our legislative wins with Mr. Trey Goldman. We had a lot of legislative wins this year in 2025, one of them being the cancellation or the abolishment of business rent tax, which is a huge win thanks to our RPAC family and, of course, Trey Goldman and his entire team who allow us to continue to make win after win here in the Florida legislature, which is amazing. Then we have Inez Jesus Garcia. She's going to be talking about hyper-local marketing. She is a brilliant woman as well, a really techie person, one of my favorite people when it comes to tech, and she's going to be dropping some knowledge on us when it comes to hyper-local marketing. So make sure that you tune in for that at 2 o'clock. Then we have our very own, the funny man, Dr. Brad O'Connor, who's going to be talking about the housing market update, dropping some statistical knowledge on you guys on how our market is doing so that you are in tune with what's going on, not just the hype that you hear on the news, but the real numbers so that you're up to date and can obviously educate your communities, your customers, and let them know exactly what's happening, not all this hype and hyperbole that you're hearing from these disruptors that just want to create content. Then, of course, we have John Crossman, that's going to be giving us a commercial update, which is going to be awesome, especially for our commercial practitioners. We love you guys. You guys are realtors as well, and we want to make sure to give you guys some great content for your side of the industry also. And then, of course, guys, we're going to honor those people that volunteer year after year, that make changes in our communities, in our industry, that are constantly doing great things. And now I'm talking about the awards luncheon, guys. We're going to be going ahead and honoring our Realtor of the Year. We're going to be honoring our, the best of the best. So again, this is an opportunity for you guys to be able to identify, mix and mingle with all these people that are really just creating great change in our industry for the better, of course. And hopefully it's an opportunity for you to get involved and see what you can aspire to as well by just taking the first step in volunteerism on your local, state, or national level and getting involved with Florida Realtors. So again, guys, tomorrow is going to be an amazing day. It's going to be packed with tons of educational sessions. And like I said, we're not done yet today. We have our Party on the Moon that's going to be happening tonight, and we have a lot of other networking mixers going on. So there's something for everybody here at this year's Florida Realtors Conference and Expo. And if you're not here, you're missing out, guys. So make sure that you either get in the car and get up here or make plans to be here next year, because I'm telling you, these events are not ones that you want to miss. So thank you guys for tuning in. Again, Carlos Melendez, your 2025 Convention Committee Chair. And don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow with a lot more great content for you guys. And as I've said before, don't forget to like, comment, and share, and hit that little bell icon so that you're notified when we go live next. Thanks again, guys. And you know what? Go out there, conquer the world, and be productive.